Well, let's do lights.
I parked at the library and I had made a sandwich.
Hey, is that chair bothering you?
Oh, no, that's good. That's
Okay.
for the microphone.
Okay.
I have to have shade for my car.
Don't hit this one.
You're fired.
Alright.
Oh,
Oh, darn.
Yeah. Oh, thank God.
I'm gonna say this on your head.
I just, that was exactly 30 seconds from my thought.
A little crystal and a tissue.
Go over so I can see your screen, and she got up and like, yeah, I'll make it.
Don't be jealous of my chair though.
You guys like my chair?
It's very nice.
Yeah.
Need a cigar.
I know, right? An ascot. Okay, continue.
Where we at?
Sedona. Patrick Flanagan Library.
You watch Carousel?
1:30.
I know you were watching that. He loves the music. Oh, that was so beautiful.
Are we missing anybody?
We're complete
I
now.
think so.
No? Okay. All right, Lisa. Everything must needs have an origin, and every building a builder. Verily, the word of God is the cause which hath preceded the contingent world, a world which is adorned with the splendors, that's Abha, but they translate it into splendors, of the Ancient of Days, yet is being renewed and regenerated at all times. Immeasurably exalted is the God of wisdom who hath raised the sublime structure. So it's being renewed and regenerated. So spirit is a spray, it's a mist, it's called the living waters. It's constantly being refreshed. And it, in every prime squared it's in the case of mod 9 base 10, it's based on thirds. Okay, next. That's showing the circuit that we were talking about and the pathway it follows. Okay, next. So I'm saying that 124875 is recursion. It repeats over and over again. Okay, next. It's periodic, it's recursive. It's a horse track. It's a closed loop. It's a circuit. For electricity to work, you can't have to have an unbroken circuit. Okay, next please. That's Google. They have an Easter egg. You type in the word recursion and then it comes back and keeps asking you to type it in again. Did you mean recursion? But it's the exact same spelling. It's them playing a joke. And that's so infinity is a bounded infinity. It's not an infinity that's infinite, that goes on forever. It's a closed circuit. That's showing the numbers on it. I give 3 numbers on each side to it. 124875. And the higher dimensional flux field that displaces it, that distends it. Okay. 9 is the apogee, it's the W axis. Next. Tesla's famous, well, if you knew the magnificence of the 3, 6, and 9, then you would have a key to the universe. That's a family number group, though. I think we were going to explain that for Michelle, go farther into it. I don't think I'll easily find a drawing, so we're going to stop right here for a second then, because since I won't find the drawing, I'll just hand draw it. I don't want to, but I will. The invisible 396 quantum flux field is the answer. Apogee 9 is at the apex located in the center. The 3 and 6 never touch and are always separated by a 9 at their center, which is the control. All of the higher flux field dimensions are compacted together into the equal potential measure groove. So, Michelle asked about 3 and 6 some more. This is an easy board to work with because it has a dark background, so it'll make it easier for me. If we have 3 family number groups, I usually don't give them enough time at all.
But we will be coming up to them.
I'm not sure if it's thorough enough for what I want. So I'm going to show 1, 4, and 7, 2, 5, 8, and 3, 6, 9. So 1 plus 3 equals 4. 4 plus 3 equals 7. And 7 plus 3, that's a 3, equals 1. I could have just put 1, 4, 7 all over again. 3 and 6 are a direction. 2 plus 3 equals 5, plus 3 equals 8, plus 3 equals 11 is 2. 3 plus 3 is 6, 6 plus 3 is 9, 9 plus 3 is 12 is 3, then 15 is 6, 18 is 9. If we go, so 3 and 6 are the furthest most extremes. 3, 6, end in the middle of nowhere. That was how Scott Gosler made the discovery. It was very grueling. It was very taxing on him. It's a good story, but I'm going to save it. So, in the opposite direction, so what is the opposite of 3 is what? 6. So 9 plus 6, 9 plus 6 equals 6, 6 plus 6 equals 12 is 3, and 3 plus 6 equals 9, 8 plus 6 is 14 is 5, 5 plus 6 is 11 is 2, 2 plus 6 equals 8, 7 plus 6 is 13 equals 4, 6 plus 4 is 10 is 1, 1 plus 6 is 7. So 3 and 6 is how everything's separated. Where this becomes very, very relevant is to the multiplication series. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm going to separate them by colors. 3, 6, and 9 are separated by 3. 3, 6, 9 to make that multiplication series. And the other 2 family number groups, let's see, do it another color. I'm being a little sloppy, but it's so self-evident it's not that hard. Oh, I want a different color. So 1 and 4 and 7 are separated again, that'll be a 1 right here, by 3. So these family number groups, not only are they separated by 3, but they're also separated from each other. Try and use a different color. Here's 2, 5, 8 by 3. And that is required to make a multiplication series, okay? So if you were not to separate everything by 3, and you were to put one of the 2 numbers next to each other, then this multiplication series wouldn't work, which is multiple. What is this, multiples of 1? I mean, this is multiples of 1, or what else could it be multiples of? 8. You could say it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, but just conversely, I'm just using a fancy word. In other words, if you got 1 and 1 plus 8 equals 9, 8's the number mate, then it's got to be multiples of 8 too. 2 8s is 16 is 7. 1 8 is 8, 16, 24, 6, 32, 5, 44, 48 is 12 is 3, 56, 11, 2, 64, 10, 1, 72, 9. 0 is not in a multiplication series, 0 is not in a number line, and nothing begins with 0. It's really 9 over here. And I explain it, but I won't do it here. So we did multiples of 1, but this applies to every single multiplication series. Clean. Let's do instead next multiplication series. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, but I'm going to call it a 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, that was 12, 14, 16, 18. That's multiples of 2. But what is the point that I'm making? I'm saying that the family number groups, 9, 3, and 6, are separated by 3, okay? and the different arrangements of those three family number groups gives us everything. Here's 7, 1, and 4 separated by 3. Okay, and we'll do 2, 5, and 8, and then we'll have finished it. Here's 2, 8, 5. Okay, separated by 3. Back over here is going to be 2 again. So what does this mean? What is the significance? What is the relevance? Why is every single multiplication series following these laws? Okay, so you can't force the family number groups to break that rhythm of 3. Can't force them into 2 or 4. So I'll do one more family number group. Just, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Well, here we go. So I will go and do 4. 4, 8, 3, 7, 2, 6, 1, 5, 9. And it'll be every third. There's your 9, your 6, your 3, 9's over here. Here's your 1, 7, 4. 4, 7, 1. So this relationship of everything being triangulated and separated by 3's is very significant. And of course 2, 5, 8. I'll use the same color because I'll be lazy. Separated by 3. So Rory sent to Lisa a quote. Rory, why don't you just read it from
There's a Buckminster Fuller quote.
loud.
Triangulation is the nature of nature.
So, and that was from Buckminster Fuller. Triangulation is the nature of nature. So, so on this symbol, we have two different worlds. This world is perpendicular to this world. This world, I believe, is sustaining this flux field world of the 396. This world. These lines all have very profound significances. Their orientation. We're going to take family number groups since that's what we're talking about. And we're going to do 1. And then we're going to do 4. And we're going to do 7. So they're occupying 3 different positions that are unique. This position, I don't know what we'll call it, but we'll just say it's a long line and a short line. This position right here is a long line and a medium line, or we'll call it bottom. This is top, this is bottom. What will we call this? I guess I'll call it a side. Okay? But you don't have 1 and 7 up here, you don't have 4 and 7 here.
Right.
They're,
Oh no, I was just screwing it. I got it.
mm-hmm. And then same with 2, 5, and 8.
Right.
You got 8 here, so that's, you've used up the top, and now we're going to put a 5 down here, used up the bottom. We're going to put 2 over here, we put up the side. Now, and of course 3, 9, and 6. 3, 9, 6. So I'm really not going to be aware of what I'm about to address. I'm just trying to since this is somewhat of an unstructured class. It should be structured, but I'm working it differently. So we're going to deal with so I'm going to be abstract right now. I'm going to be as abstract as I can to see what we can find and discover in this. So I'm going to start with the 7. If I start with the 7, what color am I not using? Why? 7 times 7 is 49 equals 4. And we have the other two numbers, and 1 times 4 is 4. And it was happening on the Troy number map and on the symbol, and so this consistency, and then eventually I used it for a shear for insulation, but we're just saying 4 was the number. Let's do, instead of 7, we're going to do 1. 1 times 1 is 1. Then what is 4 and 7 times each other? 28, which is 10, which is 1. Let's instead do 4. 4 times 4 equals 16 equals 7. So what is the other one's going to equal? 7. So this whole thing's weighted. Don't ask me what I mean by that. So let's do 2, 5, and 8. Okay? If I start here, I'd make it times itself. 2 times 2 is 2, is 4. And then there's the 8 and 5. And what do they times each other? 40, which is 4. Let's do the 5. 5 times 5 is 7. 5 times 5 is 25 is 7. And what are the other two numbers? 2 and 8. And 2 and 8 is 16 is 7. Let's do 8. 8 times 8 is 64 is 10 is 1. And what's 2 times 5 is 10 is 1. I eventually take this into the winding of a coil and I take it in my mind to equilibrium and everything being perfectly by equilibrium, maintaining the spin and maintaining the motion by being in balance. To me, it has to do with momentum and velocity and getting rid of friction and resistance, is how I look at this. So we looked at it with family number groups, so let me look at it another way. Clean. I don't really know where I'm going, but I'm just trying. So now I got the symbol. And we just did this yesterday. Let's take any number we want. I'm going to take 1, and 1 times 1 is 1. And then we have 2, and we have 5, which is 10, which is 1. What's important is they're the same distance from 1, even though they're made of two different lengths of line. That's why our world is so complex, because it's so intricate, but yet so simple. So now I'm going to do 2 steps from 1, and I'm going to do 4. I'm going to do 2 steps in the reverse direction, which is 7. And 4 times 7 is 28, is 10 is 1. Now I'm going to do, so it's always 1. And I'm going to do now 3 steps from 1, which is, this way is 8. 1, 2, 3. Or backwards, 1, 2, 3 is 8. I'm going to go 8 times 8, and what does it equal? 64 is 10 is 1. So this whole thing is weighted in a very complex fashion. So instead of doing 1, I'm going to do 2 now. 2 times 2 is 4. So it's always going to equal 4. And what is this? 1 times 4 is 4, which is 1 step away. 2 steps away is 8 and 5 is 40 is 4. I'm 3 steps away, 7. 7 times 7 is 49 is 4. This whole thing is always weighted, so there is never any imbalance. There's no tilt. There's no disproportionate. Okay, let's, instead of doing 2, let's do 4. So 4 times 4 equals 7. So it's always going to be 7. So here was a 7. We got a 2 here and an 8 there, which is 16 and 7. And then we got a 1. What do we do? 2 steps. 1 there, and what's the other direction? A 7 over there. 1 times 7 is 7. And then 3 this way, and 3 this way is 5 times 5 is 25 is 7. Okay, this all goes into play to formulate and make equations, formulas, solutions, answers, mathematical relationships. Okay, everybody see, I'm just showing the beauty of it. Okay, so so again, I'm only using 6 numbers. I've separated them from the 396 because this is actually the physical. This is the 1, 2, 4, 7, 5. It's our world. And the higher dimensional is the 396. I call 9 the omnidimension. I call 3 and 6 the magnetic fields. And they all happen. 3 and 9 and 6 all happen at once. together. So, so let's keep going. I just thought I'd point that out.
I just realized, Marko, that's why you only have a 147 shear instead of you don't have an 825 shear.
It's a,
And that right there really solidified why we only have a 147 shear.
I understand it, and I think about it. That's exactly what I think about too. Or I shouldn't say I understand it. I contemplate it.
Yeah.
But explain it to me then, or explain it back to me, because while it is always 147, and we can show it in so many different ways,
Exactly.
but what does that mean? Why is it? Do you think that is the outcome? Why is that the outcome? Because there's positive numbers, negative numbers. Because there's
Whether I don't know, I don't understand why it's just 1, 7, and 4, because it always the math wants to go there, because you can't have you could
But
have
it's
the
true.
two different types
it always.
of shears.
That's all it always does.
There's 3 total shears. The 1, 4,
Only 3.
But yeah.
147.
But it, 1, 4, and 7. But it's 3 numbers, let's say, in the one shear, instead of 3 numbers in a second shear, and then 3 more numbers in a third shear. But it's always just that 3, 1, 4, and 7 into an 18-digit circuit, which connects.
It's
all
probably
of the
because
all
of the fact that there's a cause, and whenever you have a cause, you have a consequence. But it's like a coil. If a coil is a spring, it's tight. But when it's unsprung, it decompresses. It's unsprung. Whenever you have one thing, it creates a shadow. The light creates a shadow.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if I'm doing very good, but okay. But that's something I try and think about too, so I'm glad you pointed that out.
Yeah. That was the best kind of explanation of where that made sense to me.
So
I never really got a clear answer.
Okay. So now we have multiples of 1, and we had that symbol 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, and 3, 9, 6. But now we have multiples of 4. 4, 8, 12, 16, or multiples of 5. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, which is the 9, 50. So 4 and 5 are polar number mates, but you always get the 1, 2. You always have the circuits. 1, 2, 1. What? Well, I'm writing in white. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. No matter what your multiples. Here's 2 and 7. 2, 4, 6, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, or 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42, 40. What's the next number? What am I doing? 8 times 7 is 56. It would be 11 is 2. 63 is 9. But you always have inside it 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. You always have that. And of course that's a binary code, and of course it's triangulated, which the binary code is not binary. That's why it's triangulated. And then, So, in all of those, though, you always have the 8, 2, and 5 triangulated, and then you have the 1, 4, 7. It's kind of like a winkle. When I just imagine, when I just get abstract, like a winkle engine, the whole thing. That's what it's called, a winkle. But it's probably not what it is. It's just my reminiscing, trying to understand it all. Again, the polar number mates are always separated by 3. So we'll just keep going then. But any multiplication series, that symbol will always be embedded inside it.
What number would be 3 from 3? Is there a number?
Say it loud for me, Michelle.
You said everything's separated by 3.
Everything's separated by 3.
So what would be 3 from 3?
What would be what?
Like 3?
Wait a second.
I don't know.
Wait a second.
So what separates 3 from, what number would it be? 3 from 3, from the number 3? Is there, like, because if everything's separated by 3, like 3 and 6 and 9, is there something lower than 3? 3 away from 3? Like, then you get...
Well, I don't know if this would be a good thing to go into. And I don't know if I have a graph that's easy, and I don't want to try and look, so I just write out. Okay.
Mark, just tell me what you want. I can get it for you.
Do you have a discrete number multiplication table?
Is that the...
1 through 9, each direction? Standard flat multiplication table reduced to single digits. Probably not. 1, 2, 3. We just didn't have the time to pull it up. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We did it yesterday. 8, 9. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is in response to what you just said, Michelle. We have 2, 4, 6, 8. This is a multiplication table. The 10 is going to be 1. It's going to be 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. And then it's going to go back to 2 again. And it's going to go back to 4. And this is going to go 1, 2. Okay? And then this is going to be 3, 6, 9, 3, 6, 9, 3, 6, 9, 3, 6, just goes on. And this is going to be 4. You notice I'm not tripping over the legs too much today.
Practice yesterday.
Yeah. 4, 8, 3, but I'll probably do it now.
Yeah.
4, 8, 3, 7, 2, 6, 1, 5, 9, 4, 8. We got 5, 1, 6, 2, 7, 3, 8, 4, 9, 5, 1. We got 7, 5, 3, 1, 8, 6, 4, 2, 9, 7, 5. And we have 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Come on, be neat. 4. 4, 3, no, that's, yeah, wait a minute. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 9. And then it's going to be again 8, 7. And then we have 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. So, Michelle, we think that it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, but there's no 0 here. It's a 9. Okay? And after the 9 comes 1, 2. There's no 0 in it. If nothing begins with 0. A number can't be created or destroyed. This is all 9s. Now, if you had a circle, as I said yesterday, here's a circle, here's 360 degrees. If you put a radian and you put 0 on it, and then you do 1, you've broken the circle, and it's not a circle. You just defied the very definition of a circle, okay? But remember, there's always a hole in the center of a circle. It's really a torus, okay? And, but there's no radiant for 0, okay? And when you use 0 incorrectly, then that's when you start having things like irrational numbers and endless non-repeating decimals, and you get pi. But it's because you're using 0 incorrectly. So you asked about the 3. So the 3 in all these multiplication series will always be separated by 3. Let's see. So 9 plus 3 is 3, 3 plus 3 is 6, 6 plus 3 is 9, 9 plus 3 is 3. Or you can do the family number groups, for instance, like, let's do 3, 6, 9. Here's 9, 3 plus 3 is, 9 plus 3 is 3. There it is. 3 plus 3 is 6, 6 plus 3 is 9. So the separation of everything is always triangulated. It's always 3 or 6. I don't know if I'm saying it accurately, but 120 degrees and 240 degrees are the same thing, just depending on how you're looking at it. Okay, everything's triangulated. trying to put this into words is not easy. But where I'm going with this now, so I've answered your question somewhat, is that everything worships God, everything acknowledges God, everything bows down, adores, and prostrates and points to the face of God, whether it knows it or not. By that, I'm going to, and how am I going to make that point? I'm going to do it by showing that all these numbers actually have a foci. They actually are being generated from a single point. So what I'm doing is I'm taking in between, we have 9 here, 9 here, and what's in between 9? 4.5. So I drew a line in between the 4 and 5 to divide it in half, just like folding a piece of paper, okay? And I have quadrants that are pointing to an epicenter, okay, which is the origin and the cause. So if we look very closely, 2, 9, 5, 8 is that way. But if we look over here, how come I don't have a 2, 9, 5, 8 that I can see? I have a 7, 9. Did I do it that sloppily?
You didn't do
1,
the
2,
sixes.
3, 4, 5. God, I made it that sloppy.
9, 6, 3, 9.
Oh, 9, 6, 3, 6, 3, 9. Oh, there it was. You fixed it. Thank you. And what's right here then? 6, 3, 9, 6, 3, 9. So what I was saying is each quadrant is a mirror of the other quadrant. 2, 9, 5, 2, 9, 5. It's really sloppy. It's almost warped, but can you see it? So this quadrant, again, 7, 9, 4, 1, 7, 9. There should be a 4. That's a 4 right there. That's a 1. This is a like the Joker in a card of decks, in a deck of cards where everything's flipped and mirrored. Okay, this is like the Joker, okay, in a deck of cards. Everything's pointing to a single origin, to a single one thing. Everything is adoring, worshiping, paying homage, revering something. Everything makes 9. Everything's making 9. And it's inverted flip. 7, 2, 7, 2, 6, 3, 6, 3, 5 4s to the if I did it neatly.
1, 8 up there.
It's all perfect. Juxtaposed. Did I make the point a little bit with this big sloppy mess? That's your standard multiplication table. Okay, but it's only made out of 2 things. This quadrant and this quadrant. And then they're flipped. That's all that they're made out of. And quadrants, and that's why we have quantum reality. There's angles, there's ratios, there's content, there's quantity of how these things are all combined together. And it applies to the math world, to the surface topology world. It applies to the geometric world. This was done with squares. Yesterday we talked about what would happen if we had diamonds. We'd have twice as much data, but I'm certainly not able to go into that without a proper grid. So let's see what Lisa has in store for us instead. Spirit and magnetism are intertwined. We'll just keep going.
I'm a little confused because if it's always 3, 9, 6,
Correct.
How come there was, I know this doesn't compute, and how come there was 3, 6, 9 when you were doing the math? How does that differ from the always 3, 9, 6? The 3, 6, 9.
That's a fine question. Okay, do we know where we're at so we can come back to this?
I think it will reveal itself in this process, but if you want to jump straight to that, we can.
Okay, well then we'll wait. We'll just keep on going, but we'll
But
see
hang
if
on
we
to
can.
that, Michelle, okay?
Okay.
Except the answer is that when you're dealing, everything's perspective. And in the case of multiplication series, they're cross sections of 3D space, whereas the toroid number map is the actual final result, completion. And then you see it as 396, 693. The multiplication series are kind of hidden in this. You don't even see them until I write them out. Okay, you're just getting a number and a point is all you're getting. But you're seeing the 396, okay? But in the multiplication series, they actually are cross sections. By cross section, I mean they're actually a straight line. Multiplication series are a straight line. This system here is a diagonal, is a curve. And again, it's profound, and I can't even put words to it. This is the relationship of a line to a circle. Okay, which is we all try and understand, you know, how the universe works, the relationship of a line to a circle. And what's the enigma with that? But if I do any of those multiplication series, you're going to have a 369. If I go, I don't think I've captured it. Let's start with 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's going to be 3, 6, 9. Let's do 2 and 4. 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. It's still 3, 6. See, the next one over here will be 12. Will be 4 times 10. Let's see if I can do it. This is multiples of, it's not multiples of 2. I should have written it like that. It's it's not multiples of 4, it's multiples of 2. So the next number will be 2, 4, 6. So here again, we have 9, 3, 6. If I go over here to 4, it'll be 4, 8, 3, 7, 2, 6, 1, 5, 9, and then it'll be 4 again, 8, and here it is, 3, 6, 9. But these are multiplication series. And multiplication series, how do I know that they're cross sections and straight lines? Because we'll have to, you say, bring me up a toroid number map, please, for 1 second. It can be anything. So here's the skin of the torus. This is just a worksheet.
I'm sorry,
but this,
it's got polarity. Is that going to
that's
put us
fine.
down a rabbit
No,
hole?
it doesn't
Okay.
matter. In fact, I even like it better. But it's little. What are we looking at right now? We're looking at a donut. But I've taken the skin and I've turned it into a worksheet. These are worksheets to make things easy for us, okay? But in reality, what you're looking at is you're looking at a donut. This is, in reality, what you're looking at, okay? Michelle, do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
And every multiplication series is a different axis. Here's one axis, and there's your 3, 6, and 9. Okay, here's another axis right here, which is multiples of 4. 4, 8, 12, 16. But where's your 3, 9, and 6? 3, 6, 9, okay? But when people know this in multiplication series, what modern science did not have a clue about, what was not available in any computer science, any theoretical math book that I know of, and I'm sure I'm right, that just didn't exist, was these circuits going up, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, these circuits going down 1 foot, that they were always coming in pairs, and there's the 396, 396, 693, 396, 693, okay? Which brings us to polarity, and I wanted to make a point a couple hours ago, but now I get to make it. It looks like diagonally, our world looks like positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, and we think of this as all being binary, okay? as coming in pairs. That's the mistake. In reality, this is how it works. For every positive in the center, you have two negatives. And for every negative in the center, you have two positives. It's in thirds. It's not based in twos. Okay? It's all based on thirds. So in reality, positive, negative, positive, colon. Then again, positive, negative, positive, colon. Or negative, positive, negative is the set. Negative, positive, negative. But it's not positive, negative. Or negative, positive. 3 is your minimum cluster. I guess it has to do with like logs in a fire. The more wood next to each other will burn better than just one by itself. I don't know.
And the hexagram, and it also makes it neutral. It makes it neutral. Yeah.
Really? Say it a little bit clear. Except I'm not familiar with all that, but I'm interested.
I guess it makes it balanced, maybe.
So that neutral is a good word. It looks like net zero, and it looks like it zeroes out, but in reality, I say it's just the opposite. That it's an energy resource.
Yeah.
That there's energy amplification. So let's stay with this since we got this for a minute, because I don't know where I'm going with this really. I'm just, I've been thinking about it a lot, so I'm kind of, and these all should have been done before the class, what I'm thinking, but. So now you have things triangulated. For one positive 7 over here, you have a negative 1 and 4, okay? In that underpinning nested vortice. And for this negative 7 over here, you have a positive 1 and 4. Everybody see that?
Yeah.
So now I'm really getting deeper into this triangulation. Okay, so let's look at 2 and 5 in relationship to 1, 4, 7 now. Okay, here's 2 underpinning nested vortices again. One of the vortices is positive 9, the other one's imploding, one's exploding. So now there's your 8, for your negative 2, you got a positive 8, 2, and positive 8 and 5, and vice versa. So now I'm going to go to the positive 2 over here. You have a negative 8 and positive 5. Everybody kind of following us? And this is an engine. This is a motor. Okay, this is actually this is the ultimate machine.
Is that what drives, earlier you were talking about the vortices within those going in counter directions. Is it the relationship of these that drives or dictates the direction?
I believe so. I do believe so. That's exactly what I'm thinking. The vortices that are going in, going in, and the ones that are going out.
And that goes back to what we were talking about, Mark, over lunch, about the nested vortices and the Merkaba and the chakras.
Well, then it goes to that too.
And the flower of life. There's 3 flower of lives.
The what flower of life?
There's 3 tetrahedrons, star tetrahedrons in the Merkaba, and there's 3 flower of lives in your work, as you and Randy have proved.
Yeah, Randy did that, but
So
we don't have those
the neutral
drawings here
component
today.
is critical.
Yeah.
I'll say neutral in quotes.
Yeah.
Because
Because
we
the
haven't
396.
We don't really know if it's neutral per se.
What's the 396 field? Flux
It's
field.
exactly. There's a flux field
Yeah.
component with the other. So that circles back to your work, of course, again.
Oh.
I'm just
You gotta say it loud for me though.
no, just talking out loud. Never mind.
Well, I would like to get to spires and what spires are, and I won't be able to show it on this map.
We haven't even shown.
So we'll go back to where you just had me, and we'll just continue in our sequential order. and hopefully we'll get to spires and I can discuss it.
Oh,
I don't want to, so in,
if you can X out, I'll get you back.
okay. So, how does this number here, this positive 7, know that the 1 and 4 negatives? Okay, how does this negative 7 know have the 2 4s and 7s? When I start going into spires, it's going to show this is almost like this 1 and 4 makes up that 7. The number on the point is always times itself. 7 times 7 is 49 is 4. The other two numbers are times each other. Because everything's a vector, everything's an arrow, everything's pointing. And I don't connect them on the base, on the back really. So if I was really going to do this, I'm just doing this off the top of my head. If I was really going to be doing this, if I can remember, I would be doing it, like this, not connecting it right there. I would be going like that, okay? And I would say 7 times 7 is 49 is 4, and 1 times 4 is 4. I'm not thinking polarity right now, okay? But it's, again, always staying the same value. Now, and when I said, how does it know, I'm saying that it's never not going to do it right. If you're going to have a 2 here, you're going to have a positive 2, you're always going to have that 8 and 5. It's going to be 2 times 2 is 4, and 8 times 5 is 40 is 4. It's always 4. I think it's been years since I've done that, like 30 years. And this is shear 1, and we're pointing, and the vortices are making 4. If I did it for another toroid map, it would obviously be a different shear, and it would be a different number. The people who've done this for a long time would probably understand. Okay, so you brought this up. I'm saying this is a portal. I'm saying it's a stargate. Because we're talking about the word, reading the scriptures is constantly being renewed, and there's an emanation shooting out in thirds, which would be nice if we had a good animation to show it. Spirit is shooting out in thirds, and this is, I believe that it's coming from a higher dimensional world into this world, and that this world is the primitive world, the contingent world, and the higher dimensional world is flowing using this portal, this nozzle, to create these numbers, and we're seeing a connection between two worlds, heaven and earth.
So would that make it that the 396 doesn't have positive and negative?
No, the 396 does have positive and negative. It definitely has polarity.
Let me go to the next slide on that.
Okay.
Okay, close it out.
Why would you think, Brian, that 3 and 6 wouldn't have polarity?
Because they're just a flux field. They just are that other field.
Okay, so here's where I get polarity from. Okay. I get polarity from positive emanation, spirit, okay, or as Gabby was saying, 1, 4, and 7, create negative draft counter space, the 2, 5, 8. I don't know if that's correct or true, but I'm just trying to be poetic, okay? So all my polarities in the standard Cartesian table, they got 0 and they got positive 1, positive 2, and then they got negative 1, negative 2, positive 1, however they do it. That's completely wrong, how I believe. How I do it is I say polarity comes from here, okay? And, oops.
Well, and maybe it's not that it's polarity, it's that it's just a different direction.
Well,
So
polarity to me is direction, one and the same. That is what polarity is to me. Positive emanation creates negative draft counter space. But then I take that positive and negative, which is all linear spokes creating this, and I turn it into a toroid map with a skin, which is a big evolution. Okay? The ultimate evolution.
Well, because you also say that the positive one is totally different than the negative one.
Well, we'll look at that on a toroid map then in a second and
Yeah.
see that. So, but there's when 9 is negative, positive, 3 and 6 are negative. When 9 is negative, 3 and 6 are positive. It's the control. Okay? And I believe that's the magnetic field, and I believe that's the source of the magnetic field. That's the spirit. And they're intertwined. You cannot have magnetism and spirit together. And when the magnetic field, when the spirit's going this way, the magnetic field's going in the opposite direction. It's in between the lines of force of the magnetic field. And only magnetism can give slippage and free play fast enough to be coupled with spirit. So here's another map. I'm saying this is a perpendicular world. It's a different world that's creating this world. That's creating the 1, 2, 4, 8, the circuits on the toroid number map. Okay, next one. So they're showing the different polarities. Let's see if my glasses are dirty. Yeah, they're
I want to
pretty
read the
dirty.
last sentence.
Read it for me.
The triangle, diamond, and hexagon are all in phase.
Okay, they all occur at the same moment. And so I have this map not only as diamonds, but I have it in hexagons and triangles too. And I did that to create the ultimate computer, the hypercomputer, the decocubit. So there's showing 3 parts of the yin and yang, not 2. Okay, both 3 and 6 are the same polarity at the same time. Okay, next one.
I have a question. So it might be really kind of far out there, and it might not be relevant at all. I have no idea. So then what do you believe happens? What goes out of phase when the magnetic poles of the earth shift?
When the earth flips,
Yeah. What goes out of phase to cause that to happen?
We got bigger problems with that.
I don't think I'm capable of answering that and going
No,
into that.
I
But
thought I'd ask.
no, it's a great question. It's a fun question. There is a video. I hate to digress.
And I don't want to take you off topic, but
Well,
we're talking about magnetism, so thought I'd throw it in there. We can ponder it.
I don't know if I could find it. Where'd I throw my phone? I know that I shouldn't let anything derail me and go off task. How could you, Giselle? How could you?
What do you have?
I said, this is what's happening right now.
What is it?
It just says entropy on it.
Triple entry.
Triple.
Margo, I can try to bring it up while you're writing on the board.
It's
No
disorder,
doubt you'll
chaos.
be doing that in 10
Do
seconds.
you- Actually,
We can't get through one slide.
Save your mental health.
Okay, for remember.
Is
what
it,
I
there's
talked
like a
about
90-degree
yesterday?
flip,
It's the
right?
exact opposite of yesterday.
It's gotta be the
It's
polar.
like with the Merkaba, you get that 90-degree
Oh, for the
flip, kinda.
You know I'm not a liar. He's not a liar, guys.
okay, maybe I should find one thing at a time. Okay, everybody help me. I'm real slow. There was on YouTube. There's a site. They do a lot of science and physics. It's called Versatilium something.
Vertesium.
Okay, you're gonna have to spell that to me.
V-R.
Wait. V-E-R. Wait.
I.
V-E-R-I.
T.
T.
A. S.
Oh yeah, I found it. I think. Okay, let's see. Yep,
The
I'm
rainbow?
there.
Is that what you want, the rainbow?
Huh? No, what am I looking for? I can't describe it, so that's why I'm not saying. So I'm at their site. Gonna hit videos.
Nice one.
I don't know. They got a lot of videos. Let me
Alright.
see if I can sort through
Let
them.
me know on screen which one you want.
You know which one I want?
Well, I just searched that word and I'm on YouTube.
Well, there's a lot of videos there.
Vertesium is the account.
I've showed it to you once. Oh, I found it anyway. I found it.
Can you show it to me on screen so they can see it?
Sure.
I want to thank the sponsor of this episode, LastPass, which remembers your past.
It's called The Bizarre Behavior of Rotating Bodies. I hope that's the right video. It should be. Let's see. Yeah, it is. Bear in mind that no matter what they say, I don't think it's complete.
I want to thank the sponsor of this episode,
Because there's an
LastPass,
emanation coming from the center of mass that they're not factoring in, which I'm factoring in. Which is a linear non-bending above the known elements, which I consider spirit emanation. But let's go for it. No, start from the very beginning, for their sake. And
Sponsor of this
make it
episode,
big, the video.
LastPass, which remembers your passwords
Make it
so
big.
you don't have to. More about them at the end of the show.
I hate commercials. You see that?
What you are looking at is known as the Janabekov effect, or the tennis racket theorem, or the intermediate axis theorem. But we'll get to that. Now, you may have seen clips like this one before, but in this video, I will provide the best intuitive explanation of how this effect works, or at least that's my goal. Now, it involves arguably
It's
the
that
best
hard.
mathematician alive,
Nobody crosses the
Soviet-era
finish line.
secrets, and the end of the world. So, in 1985, cosmonaut Vladimir Janabekov was tasked with saving the Soviet space station Salyut 7, which had completely shut down. The mission was so dramatic that the Russians made a movie out of it in 2017. And after rescuing the space station, Janabekov unpacked supplies sent up from Earth, which were locked down with a wingnut. And as the wingnut spun off the bolt, he noticed something strange. The wingnut maintained its orientation for a short time, and then it flipped 180 degrees. And as he kept watching, it flipped back a few seconds later.
So we want to pause so we don't get into copyright?
Yeah. Good to do
really?
do some
Yeah.
commentary, interject with some commentary, Marko.
Yeah, there's only so long we can.
The Cheshire Cat. And the hookah smoking worm. And
The greatest movie of all time.
okay.
You want to maybe just describe what we just saw?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying, so we have an axis, we have a gyroscope, we have a positive emanation, and I'm saying something else is actually going to happen. As this thing even spins faster and faster and faster, eventually you actually shouldn't have a solid. A hole should form in the center, because I believe that that's what the torus is. I believe the torus is really a gyroscope. That's the maximum acceleration, or the ultimate ideal. And so I'm saying that things are going to invert, and so...
And it continued flipping back and forth at regular intervals. This motion wasn't caused by forces or torques applied to the wingnut. There were none. And yet it kept flipping. It was a strange and counterintuitive phenomenon, one that the Russians kept secret for 10 years. Why the secrecy? Well, that is what we're going to find out. 6 years later, in 1991, a paper was published in the Journal of Dynamics and Differential Equations called The Twisting Tennis Racket. And although it was related, it of course makes no mention of the secret Janabekov effect.
Commercial.
That's all it's happening.
Okay, we'll stop.
Yeah.
It's really good what continues and what happens, but... and you'll find the video on your own.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so that principle should be incorporated, or is incorporated, with vortex-based mathematics, with the number map, with the torus. That there's that, and that's why we're doing this math, is so we can understand it and see what's going on. So this is where we're at now, showing that that symbol is all triangulated. This was done by Scott Gosler, this illustration, and he's the one who originally separated the 396 from the 12475, who made the discovery initially. So we'll keep going.
Give me a second.
We did these. You're fine. Take your time.
Thank you.
But Giselle, now you have to explain to us why it flips after watching that video.
So you're saying it's inevitable?
Is it 180 or is it 90? Well, I thought it was 90.
When it was flipping?
That was flipping 180, but I've heard with the Earth it's a 90-degree flip. I don't know.
Is it a 180, Giselle, when the Earth flips?
It's 180. It should be 180.
Yeah.
180?
180.
All the other flips in history have been approximately. Sometimes they'll
Right.
wiggle.
Okay, we ready? Where are we at?
Okay.
Okay,
Trust it for just a few slides and then,
go ahead.
okay.
Okay, and next. So I consider the 9 to be omnidirectional because it's queen like the chessboard. She can go in any direction she wants. That's why I call it the dandelion puff principle. It's omnidirectional. The person who coined the term the dandelion principle was Debbie Wilson back in the 80s, believe it or not. But anyway, the magnetic field, I call that the 5th dimension, but the field and the spirit go together. And then at the same time, so that's just really, I call it the omnidimension. And then 3-dimensional is the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, which can be any continuous, it can be it's anything that's made out of mass or matter. So,
Oops, excuse me.
you can just keep going.
Well, this speaks to, it could be any medium, be it plasma,
Right.
electricity, water, air.
Because everything, whether it's plasma, electricity, water, air, always implodes. It always follows the tornado, hurricane, our solar system are all following the same pathway. The faster something moves, it will always follow this pathway. Okay? You're right, I'm being very sluggish and not going into depth like
If
I
you
should.
could just take 1 minute to give us the history of how long it took to figure out that you were in 2 different perpendicular worlds.
That was figured out by Scott Goss, so that's a very long story. But
Short version of just how
but
long
Scott, that was 24 years from the time that I had that symbol till I always thought that the 3, 9, and 6 was a solid, just like the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. And I created a team of scientists. I decided it was time to make it a free energy device using this. And Scott Gosser was the first person to help me to, and he had a business card and says, I can make anything. And I met him at a conference, and he worked really hard on this project, and we went on doing this for weeks, and I got a call from him saying that I have to quit the project. He said, I can't think about anything else when I'm at work, and I can't make any money. He says, this is all I think about. He says, I can't afford to, I love my wife, Mary, very much. I can't afford to lose her. It took me, forever to find her. I'll never find another woman that I love. I can't work on your project. And I said, I understand. It's okay. What can you say to that, right? And you're certainly not going to put salt in the wounds. So you say, done. Project over. I understand. And I'm back at my office. It was in Hotel Circle, San Diego. And I had a mobile trailer that I brought in and just stuck there, a 52-foot. And I'm at my office, and he shows up a couple hours later. He comes in and he says, I'm coming in just to tell you that I can't work on your project. And I knew we were in trouble then, because he had already said that, and if he's coming by to tell me he can't do it, that means he's bitten and he's hooked, and we got something going on. And I said, I understand, that's okay. And he had told me weeks before that he did his best thinking with a cigarette and a slice of raspberry pie and a scoop of vanilla ice cream at Denny's. So he calls me at 5 a.m., 5:30 in the morning, and says, "Will you come with me and have a slice of pie with me at Denny's?"
Classic Men in Black.
And we were at the Mission Gorge across from Jack Murphy's baseball stadium on Friars Road in San Diego, Denny's, and that Denny's is as big as this whole building. It was gigantic, and there was hundreds of people in it. But I knew that Scott was, I said, yes, I'm going to come, and I knew he was about to figure it out, make the breakthrough. So I ran and got a folder on plasma physics that I was keeping because I knew that was the next step we were going to have to go into to make the device. And so we're sitting in there, and I grabbed off my bulletin board that symbol. It had the numbers on it, and whenever he was in my office and he'd come by, on the bulletin board I had that symbol, and I had it taken it to a stage, to a film special effects company, and had them make it prismatic and spin it so as to look to see that there was motion and be inspired by it. You know, that's my job, to inspire people. And so he would always hit the 3 and 6 like this when we were in the office. I'd never ask him about that or say anything, and I always hear this tapping. Okay, he'd walk up to it and be going like that. Okay, and then he'd leave, and so here we are, and I grab it off my bulletin board. Here we are at Denny's. We're sitting, for some reason they gave us a huge, large L table. The place had hundreds and hundreds of people. It's just me and him. And I'm at one corner, he's on the other, and I slide it down and I put it in front of him, and he starts hitting it. And I hear this tapping, and it's a roar of talk, and waiters and waitresses serving people, and he's tapping it, and all of a sudden I hear, I know what it is. All of a sudden I hear it. And the whole restaurant, I look around me, it was, I was in disbelief. The waitresses and waiters stopped serving. Every single person in the restaurant stopped talking. Every person froze. It was like the Twilight Zone, and it was freeze frame. Nothing moved. This went on for about 20 seconds, maybe even a little bit longer. And I didn't want to say anything because it was my least inclination to distract him. So I have to wait 30 seconds, and I finally say, "What is it?" And I figured the people must have stopped because of the tapping, you know. It was just so weird. And then saying, "I know what it is," and it just pierced the whole restaurant. Everybody heard it. And I'm looking around at everybody, and I say, not at him, and I say, "What is it?" And I look at him, and he says, and everybody's watching in the whole restaurant. And he says, "This is a coil." And he says, "Every coil must have an associated field with it." He says, "This is the magnetic field." Now, I knew instantly from reading the scriptures that there was something there that was being missed, which was spirit. Because the scriptures, as it discusses the magnetic, there's a tablet that we have. It's called the Tablet of the Virgin, the Tablet of the Hori, where it discusses the magnetic field that was in front of her, that was attracted, the beauty of her attracted the needle of love. It's Baha'i poetry, which discusses, it's all physics, but even the Baha'is don't realize or understand that the scriptures is all God's own language for physics. And then it talks elsewhere about spirit. So I knew, but what he's not going to be thinking in terms of spirit or the scriptures. He's a mechanical, electrical, he's an engineer, an inventor. And so anyway, he said, this is when we separated the 396 from the 12475. Now he went on within the next 3-6 months or so, 3, 4, 5, 6 months, did another huge breakthrough, which was he figured out, we discussed it heavily how to make it. Do we have, I might as well show it if we have it.
You'd like to see the pictures of the first coil, or
Yeah,
in
of
quotes?
Scott.
Yep,
I want to pull up.
got it.
So it's my job to make sure we're staying on the right path, that we don't go off track.
Yeah, okay.
Bravo.
Why do you think everything stopped and it was silent? Why do you think that happened?
Because when he was hitting that 3 and 6, I think it was making a high-pitched tapping sound. And I think it irritates people when they notice it. If we were talking right now and I was going like this, it would bother us. And even though he was just tapping the table, and then somebody suddenly says, I know what it is, you know, with an exclamation, I don't really fully know why or what, except when after he said that, a short little man that didn't blink came up to our table.
What?
He says, I can see you're really working on something important. He says, I would like to be a part of your team, of your research group. He said, I cannot put my name on anything. I've signed a contract that I'm not allowed to use my name on anything else. Turned out he was the top brain for General Atomics, the biggest weapons manufacturer in the world, in San Diego, the laser optics expert, Tom Dawson. Tom has been bitten by this. He ended up eventually working for Sony. Whoever, once you get bitten by this discovery, it's over with. Usually when I teach scientists and engineers, the first 2 weeks I know can actually be pretty high risk. They don't sleep. This is all they literally, I've had students that have nervous breakdowns because it totally consumes them, and they're totally absorbed in nothing in this. Even Russell Blake from Microsoft, when he came and took classes with me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at my home, originally he came and he couldn't believe, well, it's just a whole other story, why I had such advanced computers. Anyway, on Friday he says, I'm going to write the paper on this, and I'm going to write put it into mathematics. I got a call at he said, I'm not going to come to class. I got a call in the afternoon at 1 o'clock. He had a few questions. I answered. At 3 o'clock he was done. It's 100-page. He was considered, when I was introduced to him, I was told he's the most brilliant person at Microsoft. How do I get such great minds to contribute and get into this? I'm just under a lucky cloud. Providence has been good to me.
You're incredibly blessed, Marko.
Incredibly blessed. So here's what Scott did. Scott said, so here's how we figured out to go from this symbol to the toroid map. I can't tell you how hard that is to do. Again, that took 24 years. So Scott and me had some talks on the phones over the months, and he'd come by and visit. He was very unhappy because he had separated, and he made the coil using this form, which I didn't think was right. This is his drawings. This is his work. This is the first Rodin coil, but it's not a Rodin coil. It looks more like an acorn. Okay, there he is holding it. So let's go to the next illustration. So he was very unhappy that he separated the 396 from that. He knew now it was a coil, that it was two separate worlds. But he said, you did this out of religion. We'd be standing by the pools at my family's tennis club in San Diego, Valley Tennis and Swim Club, Olympic pool. And I can remember him saying, he says, I'm a scientist. He says, how you figured this out is you did it with synthesis. You went to the scriptures, you took the answer, you took the answer out of the scriptures, and then you applied it to the question. He says, I don't do things that way. He says, I am an engineer. I start with the question, and then I figure out the solution. So he was very unhappy. Okay, and this went on for months, and we would discuss this, and I would try and mentor him or inspire him and go forward. So what happened was, I get a call. We had a lengthy talk about expansion, contraction, and stuff, and I get a call a day or so later, and Scott says, if anything happens to me, the papers, all the information is above the refrigerator up in the cabinet. And he says, I figured it out, and he did. He made a few mistakes, but I make mistakes. We all make mistakes. But fortunately, I know what those mistakes are, and I know what the correct solution is. So when I finally met up with him and over at his house, and he showed me the papers, what he'd done, he explained to me that he was stuck. He'd spent the whole day on his computer, his Apple. At that time, it was a very primitive little thing, an SEG or something. And he was trying to work with this, and he had to take a break, and he went out, he couldn't figure it out. And he went out to his picnic table out in his backyard to have a cigarette. And he was having a cigarette, and he looked on the table, and there was a picture of Omni magazine with a sunflower on the cover. Omni magazine is out of print. It was really old, way back. Ran into the house. He said he realized what it was, got on his computer, and he said when he was a student in school, elementary school, he used to be bored, and he would play with the compass and make great circles. He would make flowers. Okay? When he did this, he called it the Daisy number map, or the Daisy hologram. There was no numbers at this time. See, no numbers? And so there was his compass, and what he did is he took the whole here and took this symbol, which I got out of the Most Great Name of God out of the Baha'i Faith Sacred Scriptures. This is Baha, or the comparative case Abha. Baha and Abha come from the Most Great Name. Baha's the physical world of creation. Abha's the heavenly world. Abha means splendor, luminous, whereas Baha means glory. Based on, in Arabic, when you move the syllables around, you have comparative, superlative cases, Abha, but they're both, all those forms are the Most Great Name of God. That's how I got the symbol. He matched the hole in the symbol to his flower map. Then he proceeded to look to see where the points matched up. His mistake was he did 12 circles. And there is no base 12. There's no base 21. There's no base 15. But only bases that are three-dimensional are from prime squared. That was discovered again many decades later, I don't know how many, by Farron Thorpe. That took this math, the torus. Eventually, once he did this though, it took me a couple more months. I knew, and see, he stretched this too long to go to the point there, but if it was done the right number of circles on multiples, and in the case, my case, I used 36 circumference by this, and then I do it by this is too hard to go into right now though. It's a second.
Sorry, that was an accident. But you did mention Farron Thorpe, but I didn't mean to go there.
I can come back to that and show everybody because I haven't shown that. There's so much you haven't seen. This class would go on for quite a long time. But let's go back to what he did. So this is where quantum comes in, and quantum numbers and quantum relationships and quadrants, and you have to. It has to be a prime squared, and it has to be in base 10 multiples of 9. But the next base after base 10 is base 26, because that's 5 squared, and then it has to be multiples of 25. So what happened was I immediately caught it. It took me several months to prepare. I don't know why I was so cautious and so slow, but I made sure my office was perfect and my desk and everything was ready. I had to go to a architect's draftsman store. I had to buy a compass that was almost 3 feet big. I had huge blueprint papers that architects use, and when I did the first map, I used 360, and my pen was so much ink on the paper went right through the paper. It just melted the paper and made a hole. So I reduced it down to 36 by 18. Anyway, I actually sent, we don't have it in this presentation, my original number maps when I put it in by hand. I still have a copy of that, a picture of it, that I did back in '87, the first Torrid number map, and where I put one number per one tile. So I was shocked more than anyone would ever be when I saw, it took me about 10 minutes to actually figure out and do the whole thing, which is very quick. When I get doing things, I'm pretty fast. And I couldn't believe that there was 2 circuits, not just one. And then I saw the 396, 693 in between them. Up until the time I put the numbers in the map, I never would have known that there was 2 circuits, okay? Sure, I had polarity. I didn't know, though, that there was another one hidden behind it. I didn't know it was 396 and then not back to the 9, but instead 693. That there's a complete system behind it, complete, whole, and perfect system. And so when I put those numbers in, I immediately realized that I had solved the secret for fusion, for everything. I found the gut equation, the answer to everything. So Scott facilitated that and was responsible by lining up the hole, the 0. And then I put the numbers in the tiles. Once I put the numbers in the tiles, then I only had it in mod 9 base 10. And that continued for at least, I don't know, at least 10 years, at least, maybe not 10 years, but I'd have to calculate it and see. Since I did that in 87, when did Farron do the prime number? So what did Farron do? So do we have we can go to, what's the next screen after this?
We're not in the presentation anymore. I went straight to your reference, the people.
Okay, and you can go to Farron?
I'll go to Farron.
Okay, so this is something that that you can look at, but you're not going to be able to do mentally in your mind. It's that hard. That was done by Farron originally. Okay, next one. So that's the next one. We'll just go through them for a second. He did that all in his mind by hand. That's not mod 9 anymore. That 19, that 20 is not base 10. That's not a 20, that's not a 19. That's a whole nother world. Because this is 5 squared, which makes mod 25. Keep on going, let me see. So there's 25 in the center. So 25 is now replacing 9 as the center, as the axis, okay? And this to me, and I said it yesterday in the class, and it bears repeating, that the gap space, did the wrong thing. The gap space, I don't know what my color is, but that's good, and I wanted red. The 25 now replaces 9. I'm now no longer 3 by 3 because I'm using the prime 5. So I'm 5 by 5 tiles. It's very profound, the relationship of tiles, surface topology, to numbers, to base systems. Because these are the only true 3D base systems. There's no base system, there's only a handful of them between mod 9 and mod 25. There's no other base counting systems that are 3D that will work. They'll all have rips, tears, fissures. This is a seamless system on all axes. So what happens is it gets longer, the field, but never one tile wider. And what happened is here's 2 circuits. Okay, he's showing it like that, but now we got a unique phenomenon going on. I just increased another 2 circuits. Now I have 4. That's the pattern in primes. No one would ever in the wildest dreams imagine that as you square a prime, you keep on increasing your number of what? These are now a new kind of binary code. Instead of 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, it's 2, 3, 17, 13, 7 for that circuit. This one's 1, 4, 16, 14. But it's the same principles being ramped up, scaled up, which is what my goal was, to make this as an energy device, to be able to make a spaceship, to power the whole Earth, go to any mountain with a briefcase, put this in it, and have enough energy supply. And unfortunately, I can't talk about it, but that's already been done. And that's already being done here in Sedona. And and I can talk about it, but I'm not going to. Okay? They're going to have to share it. And they're going to have to explain it and present it. Okay? Because it's not for me, unless it was not patented, unless there was no IP. But we're talking about $500 million going into this kind of project right now in Sedona. I should say it actually was in Sedona. It's leaving Sedona because it's too big. And I'm only repeating what I'm told. I'm only repeating what It's been shared with me. It's been shared with Brian. It's been shared with Rory. We've seen it. But essentially, it's a variation on the Rodin coil. But they're going to have to share it. I'm not going to share it.
So we'll just kind of cruise through these and maybe get back to the presentation?
Well, but it's being ramped up. There's multiple circuits now. So so this is now based on the second prime after 3, the true prime. 2's not a prime. So 3's the first true prime, 5's the second prime. This is 5 squared. So now let's go to 7 or to another one. So this is still,
We don't know where he goes, but in essence this is all one big page, which I'll get to.
This is a toroid number map. This is vortex-based mathematics properly applied. This was in his original hand. That was done in my house in Piahanua, which is in Hilo on the Big Island in Hawaii. Keep going. So I thought we'd do a 49 map, but I guess
We'll get to the 49 in the presentation. This is just kind of
So when Farron did this, he realized that he's now a professor in Washington, but he said that he was going to change his major to math based on this. Before it was physics, but he stuck it back on me. He eventually said that this is such a huge rabbit hole, the math, it's endless. He said he would never get his degree. He would never be able to make a living if he stuck on this, that it was so extensive. So he went ahead, and it's true, I'm not charging for this class. I'm not trying to make a living on this. And, but anyway, how it works is everything is composed of this. And this is the pattern of primes, but not based on prime numbers, just by themselves. It's by primes being squared. We call a prime number squared the creation equation. So keep on going, Lisa. I'm not going to try and explain these maps.
That's pretty much it on Thor.
Okay. We should have been showing, well, so show, all right, well, I won't worry about it. I'm sure it'll come up where we can see like base 50. So there again, we're just showing by separating the two worlds from each other, then you get rid of the rational numbers. You don't, and you can solve anything. So just keep going. It speaks for itself. Unless you want to say something.
Marko, do you mind, like, so with doing all this research, right, a lot of people can take this and make this free energy technology, and as we know,
several different people from different walks of life, independent of each other, have already done it.
Can kind of die because of doing this, and they're after these people, right? How have you had anything that has happened in your scenario as far as things coming after you?
I've had where I spoke with attorneys. I was staying in Malibu, and I also had a house in Indian Wells, and very networked, close friends. And so I talked to a lot of attorneys, and I said, I don't want to hear it third hand. I said, I'm only willing to hear first hand. I said, is it true? I said, I want a yes or no. Is it true that the government skims off the top and takes whatever they want when you apply for a patent? And the attorney, and so a lot of people say, I don't know, but there was one particular attorney that said, I just got back from Washington. He says, I just won a case that I was fighting. They said, he said that there are federal judges, there's very specific special judges that only hear nothing but patent cases. And he said, I won the case. He says, it wasn't a lot of money, but he says my client was happy. And he said that the government liked it so much it was a bodyguarding patent. They said they're already using it at the White House on the president. They liked it so much. And he said, so yeah, it happens all the time. As far as a personal threat and this and that, I've never had a threat except from other scientists, oddly enough.
You aren't patenting anything.
I don't, but that's why I don't patent.
That's why you don't deal with it.
I don't patent, I don't copyright, because I'm trying to get this to survive. I'm trying to get rid of pollution and the combustion engine environmental destruction. I'm not, so my motivation is to see it implemented and get out there, not to have a monopoly.
Yeah.
And the problem is I went and researched, when I made the initial discovery, I looked at everybody who preceded me. And all the scientists, no one could replicate their machines. No one could get them to work, no matter what they did. And that's because scientists kept a lot of their knowledge and secrets in their back pocket, because they were frightened that they would never be able to have, and they were probably right, because I certainly don't have the resources, that they wouldn't be able to build the machine, have the laboratory, have the equipment that they needed to make these things. But because of that fear, their discoveries were lost. Schomburger, Keeley, they're authentic people. I've looked at their notes, their records. They're authentic. Another example of an authentic one is Royal Rife. Royal Rife was a Baha'i too, and lived in San Diego, and he has a Baha'i gravestone. But the government did suppress these people. Now everybody's coming to me now and saying, "Oh, the times are different. The government's not going to bother you. We're not going to bother, and no government agency is going to bother you." And I don't believe it. And this has been going on now some time. I've been talking with people who do have free energy, that are designing this, that are creating a company and a business, and they do not want to share it with the general public because they don't want to lose their, let's call it, intellectual property. And so it's always a risk of perishing.
I was doing
And being
cancer
lost.
stuff as a chiropractor and had my brake lines cut because of what I was doing with cannabis oil. And I was trying to keep it down low. And
what do you think bothered you?
I think it was the AMA. I think they were after a lot of all the chiropractors and naturopaths that were doing.
What years was that?
It was in the 2007 to 10, in that period when all these chiropractors ended up dead all over the place. So interesting.
So the truth is, I'm just going with the flow. I don't try and micromanage existence, and I'm not of the ability or skill set to survive.
Okay.
And so I don't waste any energy trying to do so.
Yeah.
And my philosophy is that no pain, no gain. And in the next world, I don't even think there is pain. When you lose your nerve endings in the body, the next world, probably the pain is more based on the lost opportunities. And the things that you weren't able to finish and complete is the pain. So I'd rather finish and accomplish as much as I can while I'm alive now in this world and not worry about it.
Yeah. That's
But
awesome.
do we still have Lisa? No.
I think she should have taken a phone call.
No.
I didn't mean to take you off. I figured with everything.
It's relevant.
Stuff is
There's
amazing.
a lot I can say.
Oh,
So
yeah,
most,
thinking
I
about
sound like Chicken Little. I'm saying free energy. Where's the proof? I'm not able to show it. I can show you patents that are 100% based on my work, and you can tell instantly when you look at it that are unbelievable. But unless the people want to share it, I say don't even show me. I don't even want to know about it. But it's kind of been a redundant, repetitive thing that the discoveries and the technology, everybody tries to monopolize it and get the patent, and thus it becomes secretive, and it goes south, and we all lose. Mankind loses. Okay, next one, please. Next one, it's about the bobber. There's the 396. That's from Egypt. Oh, that's not the bobber. That's I forget what that falcon's called. Okay, next one, please. So this is again showing what we already know, that there's a repeating pattern in the binary code. That's really a loop, a circuit, but no one ever, if they discovered it in computer science, they didn't know what to do with it. So origin of the powers of 10, we already discussed about that. Just keep on going. Okay. Haven't explained it how it relates to bifurcation, but I'm not going to go that deep right now. See, everything's being cleft in twain. Okay, next one, please. And this is the multiplication series, which we already saw. Everything's coming from the inside out. Okay, but inverted. Next one. Same thing, multiplication table, everything's separated by 3. Maybe I'll stop here just to refresh for a second. So every family number group is separated by 3, which makes a multiplication series. So it's very limited how many multiplication series you can make, because you have to follow these laws, which is everything separated by 3, the family number groups. In my belief, I believe there's only, in the mod 9, I believe there's only 6 multiplication series. Have a safe drive for you.
Mark, I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. It would have been over there in the next one.
X out and
Okay. Next. This is really an old presentation that we repurposed for today. Family number groups, what we've been talking about. This we haven't even gotten into. I don't even think I got into it very much, other than talked about for a second yesterday at the other class. The facts are, this is how it works. No, go back. It's saying easy, but it's not hard. People ask me about superpositioning and entanglement and stuff like that. In the base 10 system, there's 3 toroid number maps. What never changes is the circuits. There it's going down, there it's going up, and the gap space, the 396, 693. Every toroid number map has that. Going down, going up, 396, 693. Okay? But what happens is there's, for torus shear 1, it always equals 1. 2 times 5 is 10 is 1, 1 times 1 is 1. For torus shear 7, it always equals 7. 1 times 7 is 7, 2 times 8 is 67. That's the harmonic electron shear, 4 times 4 is 67. For torus shear 4, of course it's going to be 4. 2 times 2 is 4, 1 times 4 is 4. 7 times 7 is 49 is 4, 8 times 5 is 4, 40 is 4. So, but what has happened is our vertical axis on this toroid number map is multiples of 1 and 8. Here's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's multiples of 1 and 8. And in the reverse direction, 2 8s is 16, 7, 3 8s is 24, 6. These tiles are positive. I haven't explained diamonds in relationships to squares and how 50% of it is positive and 50% is negative, but so I'm not explaining this easily or well. But just suffice this is 8 and 1. And so just suffice that the horizontal axis is 4 and 5, which we already did, 4, 8, 12, 16. But on this map, the horizontal axis is what? It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. The z-axis on this map was 2 and 7s, but now it's now come from being invisible, the z-axis, to being the horizontal axis in this. And then the vertical axis on this map is what? It's multiples of 5 and 4. 5, 10, 15, 20. There's 4, 8, 12. So what happened to the 8 and 1? It just vanished. It became the z-axis in that map. And then on this map here, the horizontal axis is multiples of 1. So it reappeared, and it's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 8, 7, 6, multiples of 8. 16, 24, 6, 32, 5, 44. So now horizontally it's 4 and 5. No, what was it? 8 and 1. Horizontally it's 8 and 1. And vertically it is 2 and 7. And the 4 and 5 axis disappeared on that one. So the 4 and 5 axis on z-axis disappeared on this one. On this one, the 7 and 2 was it that? Let's see. No, this one was the. This one, the 8 and 1 vanishes. This is, and this is the z-axis. And on this one, the 7 and 2 vanish. 7 and 2. This is z-axis. So there's a big phenomenon going on of a choreography, a dance, where everything is cycling and changing places. So those three toruses, I've worked with a lot of scientists to try and get them to combine and unite them together. And I should remember and I should know. I think they've made a lot of headway, but it's all quantum, and it's more than I can handle right now. The engineers who've been working on this, whose works you haven't even seen yet.
Is it that they're nested?
Say it again?
Is it that they're nested?
Well, but it could easily be the answer that they're nested, but we're just speculating. It's one thing to speculate, it's another thing to actually have it. But again, the underpinning nested vortices are always staggered. I'm more if I was going to be nesting things, I would do it with the primes, but that gets even more complicated then. Let's just suffice to say I don't even know. So I'll exit out. Let's keep going. So again, different multiplication series, but you always have the symbol. This is really important, which was the shears, but we've talked about it, so I'm not going to dwell on it. But how things insulate, how you get rid of decoherence, how you get rid of entropy. Here's mod 49. Let's keep going. So now we have base 10. Okay, that's all base 10. Those are the three toroid number maps and the different shears, 1, 4, and 7. So now let's go see another, and this is showing how to make the coil and the nested vortices. Keep going. Keep going. So this is more has to do with schematics, and there's the accordion, how it expands and contracts. Let's keep going. This is really too much data. This is showing winding it, showing how each conductor, this is a pair of conductors, showing how one is all positive and then the other one's all negative, and then vice versa. The next one becomes all positive and it's all negative, and it's showing the flow and the gap space.
And then the 396 in the in-between would be perpendicular to
Speak
that?
real loud to me.
The
Yes, it would be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, next one.
And so the 396 is positive and negative, but in a perpendicular way.
Correct, and we're not explaining that right now. And I'm actually saying I'm not paying attention to it because I'm only showing the one conductor, and I'm saying that everything else is off. Yeah. And then I'm showing the other conductor of that coil because it's a bifilar coil. It's based on two conductors, and then I say everything else is off. But there's other ways to present it, and there's other ways to interpret the data or understand it. Randy, for instance, says that everything is always on. He believes. But by being on where these positive and negatives are in relationship to each other and having that shear, you get rid of friction, you get rid of resistance. Because even, and I haven't explained spires on any level yet, but that winding, there's a reason why it's not having friction. It's based on spires. But I'm not going to try and do it without a map. So let's keep on going. So now we're looking at three other base systems because I figured I'd use 3 as an example, though this goes all the way up. But by having 3, it shows a pattern. So here's 26, here's 10, which is the first one, 26, and 50. So there's the 3 different 3D base number systems. Okay, we never even did do the pyramid yet or anything. There's so much we haven't done. So let's keep going, the underpinning nested vortices. We're gonna, no point in explaining the math. I'd rather show applications. Keep going. Okay, keep going. Keep going. So there's your perpendicular, your z-axis. It looks like everything is curving, but it's really coming out in a straight line because it's in thirds. You get those spirals.
And is that the W axis.
Is it the z-axis or the w-axis? I'm calling it the w-axis.
Yeah.
Is it different than the z-axis? I think so, but don't ask me to wrap my head around it or explain anything.
Yeah, and that's on both the 9 and the 0 point?
Well, except now the zero's over here.
Yeah.
You could say every one of these to me would be 9.
Okay.
Except it's omnidirectional.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going. It's a scripture. That's a long healing prayer. I suggest everybody read it. Keep going. Keep going. I'm not going to dwell on it. Keep going. I'm going to go to actual specific things. So here's all the positive numbers. They're going up. You can see units of 1, but all the negative numbers are going down units of 1. Okay, so I use that symbol. 1 and 8 are the vertical axis I'm showing. But to see the horizontal axis, here's multiples of 4 to the right, but over here, multiples of 5. But these are positive, that's negative. It's all about direction, polarity, multiplication series, how it really works. Okay, we'll keep going. We've talked a little about it. Keep going. Keep going. So it's a dual coordinate system. Instead of having a 0 at the middle of the coordinates and positive numbers up and negative numbers down and positive right, negative. This is taking all positive numbers and all negative numbers. And by having it diamonds, everything is staggered. It's 2 systems. And the 0, of course, is in the center of the torus to replace the conventional coordinate system. But I'm using diamonds instead of squares. Okay, next one. We won't use it, work on it right now, we'll keep going. Okay, so this is waves of 9 shocks. So we already did this, any number, never, it's stationary, it's like cymatics, it's like filings on a drum, there's vibration, there's music on the drum, but it's creating a pattern. The numbers are stationary vector interstices, is what Scott called them. You sometimes, Brian, call them nodes, okay? But the numbers aren't moving, it's the functions that are moving. It's just the opposite of how math is done conventionally. The numbers aren't moving. It's the functions that are moving. Like I'm going multiples of 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1. That 8 didn't move. But now I'm doing multiples of 4, 9, 4, 8, but that 8 didn't move. Or now I'm doing 2n, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, or 7, 5, but that 8 didn't move. There's a paper I have from Russell Blake saying that there's 6 different axes every number is locked into. He says he didn't think it was possible to do this. He says the most coherence he's ever seen in math. It's really super coherence. But he figured out how to apply it. He took out a patent on it. I got a call from him. It took several years. When he left the United States and moved to Australia, the only book he called to tell me was my book, my original monograph that I wrote. And he called to say that, and after several years, he said he had figured it out. He was working to apply it to computers. This is the man who created the Whinstone Industry Standard Benchmark, the software from which all other software is gauged. And he said that he had just left his attorney. He said that he was told by his attorney he can't tell anybody what he discovered. He said, not even me. He said, the attorney said it's so valuable that it can't be shared with anyone. And that's what always happens. So we'll keep on going. But again, numbers don't move, the functions move. So we'll keep on going. So every number will always equal the number in the center. Okay, because there's a hidden kinetic energy in this. So there's a potential energy that I'm tapping into that no one ever thought you could ever even find it with numbers, let alone use numbers to see this energy. I call it using numbers as a number interferometry, or I'm creating a diffraction grating out of numbers. So these might be animated, but we don't, it is animated. So it's showing that it's making waves of 9. It will always equal the number in the center if we were to add them up, okay? But we're going quicker than that, or we won't get a lot done, so it's always going to equal the number in the center. So all these numbers are communicating, passing on a vibration. When there's an earthquake in Japan, the water from Japan doesn't hit Hawaii. It's the vibration. The water communicates the agitation. Okay, and that's what those numbers are doing. They're like Newton's cradle. They're passing motion. So here's Newton's cradle. Let's see if it'll play. Thanks for, oops. Thanks
What
for.
happens though? What happens when she lets go of the ball?
Here it comes again. So that's what the numbers are doing. The numbers aren't moving. They're passing a momentum and energy. And I'm claiming that this is an energy source that can be tapped into.
Were you saying that those number lines go through the torus as well as?
Well, the multiplication series do.
Right.
For this straight line through the torus, all I have is for that. While we have the x, y, z, we have a multiplication series for that on the z-axis. The x and y we'll see, but I believe there's another axis, which is a w-axis, where the 9 lines up over 0, and to try and explain it or wrap my head around it, all I can say is that I believe that that there's an energy that's revealing, but I don't, and it's revealed in this math, but I cannot describe the w-axis. I cannot wrap my head around it.
And I'm seeing, is there a density to these numbers continue all the way?
Oddly enough, the density of everything on this, other than in the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5s, are all the same. Because the emanation, every number here, this is essentially the most uniform, this is essentially unity. I have everything is dispersed, the polarity, evenly across the board.
Right.
Okay? Everything is in equilibrium. But there's a relationship to the physical, the two circuits, to the flux field that is profoundly complicated. Lisa's here helping us again. Okay, everything fine? Okay, so let's go to the next map, please, Lisa. I'm really cutting through this as fast as I can.
Did you want me to jump to the one you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, keep on going. I don't think I would even keep this illustration.
Yeah,
I don't,
going down.
but
Were you up in waves of 9?
Yeah, we went through all that already. So you could just go down.
And you
to the
did the
next slide.
kinetic waves?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you just go next down. Yeah.
so I'd have to clean up this presentation. I get up a lot of things, but this is good. So again, why is everything uniform? Because of there's this W, because spirit, this above this emanation is omnidirectional. It is omniscient. But now these are called spirit spires, and we haven't gone into that. It would have been easier to have done the windings showing the circuit spires than these. But suffice to say that when that one's on, that one's on, that one's on, these are going in the reverse direction, but it's just too much. But this does show the spirit spires, but I wouldn't have used this illustration, but I would have. They actually lock in the windings and lock in the whole thing, the spirit spires. But anyway, Lisa?
Yes.
Next, please. I'm trying to go really quick.
Okay.
This is showing the spirit spires and what I consider polarization, and how they're coming out, and the other spires are going in the reverse direction. So you can see it emerging, but this is the end result, but it's too much to explain. Let's keep going.
Did you do dandelion puff?
No, it's not a straight line. I don't know what he did.
When I was stepping away?
Yeah, we went by that
The
slide.
dandelion puff principle?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. It was a whole sequence. Did you go through the dandelion puff sequence? Are you okay where we're heading, I guess, is what's more important.
It's the code, W791. W791.
I'm waiting on you.
Oh, I thought I already advanced it. Okay.
Next. Essentially, the torus is a gyroscope, but the ultimate gyroscope. Next. I believe there's an emanation that comes. Now, this is showing circle of fifths, but I'm not going to go into depth. Of course, this relates to music. Middle C is 512. Every time you go up an octave, you double. It's the same equation for the classical music scale. 512, 1024. Every time you jump an octave. This is music. The motor is music. It's all harmonics. Okay, next one, please. Next one. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. I'm not going to read anything. Skip this. I'm not even going to take the time. Skip. Even skip that. Okay, that's throwing the 3' systems, but skip it. Skip. Skip.
And this is,
Just keep going.
this is kind of where you started the day.
Okay, we haven't done anything by Scott, such as the pyramid or holograms.
Happy to go there then, because you really covered the hologram.
Okay, so let's leave this all. We haven't shown winding, and we haven't shown the spires of the winding, but
Okay.
somehow that got lost.
Okay, I'll grab it for you. Hang on. Do you want to do the decocubit?
You can stop there for a second. This is just a sampler. Everything is just as a quick kind of a snippet. But here's triangles, diamonds, hexagons, but it's just showing how the numbers have a wisdom. The corners are all the opposite polarity. What's in the center of it? 3. What's at the corner? 6. What's at the center? Here we have 3 again, 6. Whether it's triangles, diamonds, or hexagons. And the application of the hexagons and the triangles were I did it for the decocubit for a hypercomputer. Next one.
Would you like to go to the colloidal flux fields, or do you want to go into the
There's
shear?
other diagrams that come after this.
Not here in the sequence, but
Okay. Where do I want to go?
oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
You were right.
Yep. So what's in the center of 9 and 9? Because 9 has no parity, because 9 is the opposite of 0. 9's always self-similar. And so there's 9 always at the center, but it's the opposite polarity 9.
Can I ask a quick question about the shapes? So you have the hexagon.
Speak real loud for me.
You got the hexagon, you got the triangle, the squares and the diamonds. How do they? What's the difference in terms of how we're seeing it? Is it just the application of it, or does it matter how they're illustrated even?
It's not even the same thing.
It's not.
What I did was I did the diamonds originally, discovered it was a torus.
Okay.
But the hexagons and the triangles, I was doing it for a hypercomputer, an ultimate computer, even higher than quantum computer. The number patterns and the motions and the flows are very, very intricate. So intricate that off the top of my head, I can't even think of them. For instance, here I have, it holds up. So I can't even, on this map, you can see it's all separated by 3, the 3, 9, 6, even though it's hexagons. You can see it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that way. But vertically, the patterns and what they do, I did this to create a computer, or even an energy device, not out of a coil and out of winding, but to create a device molecularly, okay, on an atomic structure way. If we focused and took the time, I could go more into what how things flow and how they work. You see, I never mentioned this, but it's a good point. We're going to go back and then come back to this. So if we can keep this, can you pull up any torus?
10.
Yeah, doesn't matter though. And then we'll come back to this. I never make this point very frequently. It's very significant to me.
Which view do you want?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, so what happens is that mass or matter, this is my simple mental logic. No, go back. And just stay at one picture, please. Okay. And then we're going to go back to where we were. No, but not yet.
It's automatically advancing.
It's just
There must-
cycles?
Yeah.
Then,
it
then
must
pick
have-
another one.
yeah.
That's not a...
Okay. If it cycles, I'll apologize in advance.
Oh, wait. I'll just grab it, and then it's not going to cycle.
Do you have
It's done. I got it. Okay, so this is my very crude, primitive, simple thinking. Electricity, remember I'm working in superconductivity, or anything, as it's going its maximum speed, its maximum flow, cannot go through the corners of the tiles. It cannot. It can only go through the sides of the tiles. Okay? Only through the sides. Okay? So nothing is moving through the corners of the tiles. Okay? If you were to get really complicated, these tiles don't even exist because I'm superimposing the underside and overside of these spirals or circuits or great circles or whatever they are to create tiles. And the tiles, based on the axis and the distance, are elastic and they're expanding and contracting. But in reality, these tiles aren't here, and neither are these lines. In reality, you only have a barber pole. Okay? But by creating the underside and the overside and putting numbers, I created my own tool, okay, to map the flow of electricity. But in reality, to me, electricity can only go through the sides of the tiles, and it's really just following the trough. So this trough is hemmed in by two sides, here and here. This is the conductor. This one's going this way. Okay? But that's a big deal to me, to understand that the electricity can't go through the corners. That it's like a pinball game, and it's following the tube. It has to stay a roll. Okay? So let's go back now to those diamonds and triangles. You'll see that whole animal is so complex compared to the principles of this. Because we'll go back now to where we were. Keep going. It's going to be way down there.
Way farther down. Yeah.
Okay, next, please. Okay, stop there. There it is. So, sorry it's so blurry. I mean, I did these images almost 40 years ago, maybe longer. And I did it because I knew I would not, at this age, when I was older, have the strength to do the triangles and the hexagons. So when I finished all my work on the torus and all the math and all the diamonds, I went back and did these maps. Because I knew I physically was up to it then, and I knew I would not be later on. And so now we got a lot of corners. And now we have tiles that are not making sense in the normal sense, but it is right. I'm just remembering what I've done 30 plus years ago. Where is the 1, 2, 4, 7, 5? Here's 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. But they're not connecting that 1, 2, and 4. There's a tile interfering. And it's the whole principle of how they connect and what they're doing is much more elaborate, and I can't explain it.
Like a weave.
As a molecule, there you go. It's always a weave, and it's a very intricate weave.
Yeah.
That's right. A lot of times, just to speak on the weave, I hate to do it to you again, so we're done with this. I've made my point, except I want to go take one more torus map again. Any torus you got, I want to say something based on what Gabby just said. Okay, do I have to grab it? I'll grab it so it stays. Doesn't matter, whatever I got, I got.
Hang on.
No, I'm okay. I don't care. I think I can do it with anything.
This one's hard as back.
No,
Remember,
this
this should be inverting.
Yeah, Mark, that one's backwards. Can we track another thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, grab it.
All these maps are incorrect, showing the funnel. There should be a twisting and inverting. It's not showing or explaining it. I also think it should be a ribbon, the conductors. At least I don't think it's the same gauge diameter wire throughout, which is how they're making Rodin coils now. Okay, so should I grab it or?
Yeah.
Okay. So what was my point going to be? What was I saying?
Weave?
Oh yeah, the weave. You ready for this, Gabby? So as you and I know, there's nothing here. This is all left empty. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's no conductor here.
It's
These
an
are all
empty space.
empty
right.
space for
Yeah.
flux fields to occur in. But because of that, when I've been doing other maps and models, and when I'm working on something, I have found that sometimes the number that I'm looking at, and I think is on my top surface, I'm really looking at the other side of the torus. And I'm looking at a number there that isn't even there. Do you follow what I'm saying? So you have to be ready and prepared when you're working and looking at numerical calculations, and something seems wrong or right and it doesn't make sense or this or that. Sometimes this becomes a window. Just like we were looking at the numbers on that other map with the numbers backwards. So that's how complicated this whole thing can get.
Because this is just a slice.
Yes. So while we're here, and even though we're going through maps and I don't like to deviate, do we have any images of the enneagram, showing the enneagram? Because we haven't talked about a lot of other things, so let's go
You
there.
wanna start with the
Are
Great
we gonna
Pyramid
do
or go?
pyramid? Oh,
We'll wait on the pyramid for a second, because we'll go to the enneagram and then the pyramid. How's that?
okay.
And there's something I didn't say. Do we have a Flanagan sensor? We don't have a picture. We never made a thing under Patrick, did we?
Yeah.
Do you have one showing the old one though, the first one?
Yeah, I think you had it, the blue one. That is the first.
Well, but the one with the sensor that shows little vortices. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
I used to wear it and I don't have it on.
So let's see if I can pull it up online. Well, I hate to detract. Let's just say
Just pull up vintage.
we should have made a folder.
Just pull up the vintage Patrick Flanagan sensors.
Okay, but wait, I need that back.
Okay, then I'll go on a different show so you can continue. I have to do a different screen share. Hang on.
Okay. We're doing multiple things at once.
Okay.
Okay, so I said all these illustrations are wrong because they're not showing an inverting that's occurring. But all the artists that I work with, and I didn't have the budget, and I could never get what I wanted, and if I waited till you wouldn't have a class, and I wouldn't have anything done. But they're still incomplete. Okay, so here's the enneagram. So, but I'm going to need help from you, Lisa, to do this. Well, what's the next one that comes after this image? The enneagram. Again, it's a mistake. Oops. 3 and 6 are not, there's no horizontal line. Let's see what we can do.
That's the next one.
Okay, stop there, because now this is enough. I can do this. We're used to looking at the torus like this in the handedness of a single direction. Counter-diagonally, this torus is not made that way. It's a coil going this way. But there's a number pattern that repeats over and over again, counter-diagonally to those circuits. That's not a physical thing. And those numbers are 9, 7, 4, 3, 8, and 2, 5, 6, 1. So there it is right there. 7, 4, 3, 8, 2, 5, 8, 6, 1. Do you see where I got it from? Mm-hmm. Over and over again. 9, 2, 5, 6, 1. 9, 2, 5, over and over again. It's the pattern on that torus made by the circuits, but I call it the antithesis because it's like the opposite. But anyway, but here I go. There's the pattern. Here's the enneagram, which we all know is represents life and health. But what happens when you go 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 7, 7 to 5, 5 to 1? You get the Enneagram when I made a circle. And when I can do it, let's see, then I go, here's 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And if I have this is the pattern of dividing by 7, which makes the Enneagram again. But if I was to take, so the circuits, the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, I wish I had one more model to explain it.
I can show you the whole sequence. There might be one in there that you're looking for.
There's more?
Yes.
I'm saying that the doubling circuit, or these Mobius circuits, and the Enneagram are heavily the same principle.
You want to go ahead and look at the sequence?
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe it'll make it easier for me. Well, this is dividing by 7, but I'm not going to go into it today, though I did the other day. Now I got,
Do you want me to finish the
they're
sequence?
always mirrors of each other. Let's see, what is this? 1,
You want me to show you the whole sequence first?
stop. It's just been too long, and we'd have to do it, and I have to make it easier. I'd almost have to do one image per slide.
See the one on the right below? They're
Yeah.
going to change.
Huh?
They're going to change.
Oh,
So it goes this and then
stop here. Yeah, it's been too long. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 is making the Enneagram. Go back one. I'm looking for one other illustration, but I don't really see it.
Okay.
It's been too long. 1, and keep going. I'm not going to explain how it's dividing by 7 right now because it would
I'm going
take a lot of
backwards
time.
now. I'm going back. I'm going up.
But I would
Backwards.
remake this whole presentation.
Okay.
But that's fine. I'm just showing that this pattern is the Enneagram, and it's the counter diagonal of the torus. Okay? Okay. So let's keep on going. So here's the pyramid. This was done by Professor Nelson. Can we start with his letters instead of, so, and that's in the letter. Let's keep going.
Would you like to go to the letter?
Yeah.
Scott Nelson.
So Professor Nelson was my best student in those decades. And he made several discoveries on his own. Again, he devoted his life to this discovery.
The Seal of Solomon?
Hmm?
Am I doing the Seal of Solomon right now?
Mm-hmm. Yes. And so, I got a letter one morning. Heidi was pregnant with my twins. They weren't born yet. And he said, I made a discovery. Would you like to see it? This is when he wrote it. This isn't the letter. This is actually the document, which is fine. It doesn't matter.
The letter's not in your folder.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's somewhere. But
I can.
I saw it
Is
yesterday.
it in the folder? Then I'll get it for you.
I don't want to bother.
Okay. Okay.
So what happened is, he said that he had cleared his mind when he told me about it. He says, I made a discovery. Would you like to see it on the Great Pyramid, on the Seal of Solomon? And he said he had taken from the Keys of Enoch, her text, who said he was taken up in a spaceship. He said that he saw rivers of light when he looked out the window, streams of light. And he said, asked the aliens what it was, and they said that's the energy distribution, that's the energy grid for the universe. And they gave him this code for it with 131919. Now I never would have figured this out myself. So it's always a pleasure when one of my students figures it out and then shares it with me. And that's showing the code right there, 131111. He says he had to unfold it and open it up, 939. Believe me, I never would have figured this out. This is not my specialty. My specialty is toric number maps and other things. So, Professor Nelson, again, he was so good with vortex-based mathematics. He wrote a glossary on it. He made separate discoveries that he said he sat down, cleared his mind, got a quad ruled sheet of paper, had these numbers, and so this is what he did. So is there another page? The next page? It should go down. Okay, stop there. This is not written by me. This is Professor Nelson's own document. And I'm not going to try and explain it. But he takes the code, and he starts putting numbers in between it, okay? Because he's learned vortex-based mathematics, okay? And he's filling out all the boxes and filling out all the numbers, okay? Keep on going. So it's very kind of him to create a document like this. Well, he's the top professor in plant diseases worldwide, on the top journal, editor. And so it keeps on going, keeps on going. He's building it out farther. Keep on going. He's explaining the red boxes. He's calling them multiples of one. Keep going. Keep going because it's a lot. Okay. Oh, that's the original letter. Please do not tell anyone for the time. He says, I'm now ready to release. And
Mark, that does confirm it's 1T for Scott Nelson.
What'd you say?
In his own script,
I can't hear.
It confirms that it's only 1T for Scott. We have discrepancies in source materials, but I see the email, he signs it 1T in Scott on the right. So we put that to rest.
So we what?
We finally put that to rest. You see the letter? He signs it Scott with 1T.
I don't fully understand.
Right there.
Now we know.
Oh, with 1T and how he
Yep.
spells it?
Yeah, so we'll have to correct that in Science to Sage.
A lot of people make that mistake. I think just like Greg Volk only has 1T.
Exactly.
Okay, so so take me to the pyramid now, back from this letter, and we'll just look at the application and the final result.
Okay.
Now remember that the torus is made out of spirals. It's made out of diagonals, and it's a barber pole. Spiraling, but anyway. So
There's the keys on the left.
Keep going though.
The Keys of Enoch is on the left.
Oh, that's the book that he got it. So the last thing I would want to do, my favorite saying is I never met an alien I didn't like. But then I've never met an alien, from outer space. So, but the thing is that it's bad enough that I'm teaching free energy and religion and mysticism, but now I'm teaching aliens because this confirmed that Hertek's claim was true. Because believe me, Hertek is not a mathematician. He never would have figured out this formula, or he doesn't even have a slightest inference of what it is. Okay? But keep on going. But that was in Hertek's book. But this is the number map on the pyramid. Now this was completed by Professor Nelson did the first toroid number map. I knew there had to be two more for a grand total of 3. And Kyan did all this work and helped me. He's one of my colleagues, but I call him my students. Okay, and so what happened is, this is as far and as different as you can get to a torus, in my view. Now, Greg Volk had already done the rhombic dodecahedron and other geometric shapes using vortex-based mathematics. So I knew it could be done, but nobody's ever tiled the skin of another geometric shape. And so what Professor Nelson did was instead of it being a spiral and being a torus, we now have the steps. There's 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. There it is, the reverse direction. Here's the 3, 9, 6, 6, 9, 3. It is now horizontal. Okay? It is completely, now that looks easy right now because you're only seeing one side. Okay? I'll show you how complicated his work gets now. Okay, so let's start going to where we can see but keep on going. This would show it, but it's too little, so let's keep on. Oh, stop there. This will definitely show it. This is what we were looking before at, one face. Here's another face. Do you see how it's going one? So, let's see. Believe me, this is a milestone in vortex-based mathematics. Okay? Here it's going 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1, 2, and it stops on the 4. And here it's going 1, 2, 4, and it's stopping on the 4. See the 4 right there? That 4 is the edge of the two faces where they intersect. Does everyone see that?
Yeah.
They're different faces. So see, it's a face. So what happens is then you have the 3, 9, 6, 6, 9, 3, but it stops on the 9. So that's 4, 9, and there's the 6, 9. It stops on the 9, and then you have the going this direction. It's 5, 1, 2, 4. It's going that direction. Do you see how that 5 fits in? But the shocker is that edge of that pyramid. That's a multiplication series, just like in the torus. But instead of framing in the torus with X, Y, Z multiplication series, now we're framing in the pyramid edges with a multiplication series. And what is this? That was 4, 9, that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Do you see that? Okay, with the circuits. Okay.
I can forward to it if you don't want to draw on, unless you want to draw on.
I think I gotta stay on this image because I think it's just overwhelming.
Well, I'm just saying that you did it visually, and I can show it without you having to do the work unless you want to.
I don't think I do have an illustration that I would understand clear enough on what we're describing right now. But wait 1 second. I do have a lot of images. I did it.
You did.
But there's too much I'll keep it really simple. So this was multiples of what? This was multiples of 4 and 5. Right here. See, 4, 8, 12, 16. Do you follow that? 4 and 5. But this multiplication series on this side, so this one was 4 and 5. Multiplication series. I just put an M, meaning multiplication series. But this one is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 1 and 8. And the 7 and 2 is invisible. The z-axis, but there it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wherever the circuits and flux field and there's the steps of the pyramid come together, they're being framed in on the edges by the multiplication series. Do you see that? And of course, if you took any number and added it up, it will equal 9. Because it's the same skin as the toroid map. They're both energy devices is my only conclusion. I know we've listened forever speculation about the pyramid being an energy device, but now we're seeing it in relationship to the torus. Okay? So, and there's the vortices. You got to speak really loud for me.
What year did Professor Nelson put that together?
Over 20 years ago. If you go back to the letter, why don't you go back to the date on it? And Lisa will tell you. So we're going to look at another. I could go more on the pyramids. There's actually, like the Tori number maps, there's 3 of them. But I'm not going to dwell on it too much. Except that what is these things used for? It's to explain and to see and know the missing energy in the universe and how to harness it and how energy flows as it moves into the future. Okay, so we're looking for the letter from Scott.
Seems like it'd be
He
easier
wrote this
to.
in 2002.
No, that was much later. Let's go
He
back.
copyrighted the Seal of Solomon in 2002.
Okay, but go right down to the email. Let's see what year it says on it.
Okay.
Stop. Go right there.
Yeah, we're in
2000.
Mm-hmm.
No, go down.
I'm checking to see if there were any earlier letters.
No.
Okay.
Oh, there would be an earlier letter actually, because the first one. Oh,
When you were with your babies?
yeah, no, this is the original letter.
Okay.
Because he said, would you be interested in seeing what I've found sometime?
What year is
I
that?
love how subtle and underspoken he is.
2000.
January 2000.
So 2000. We're very slow getting things published and getting things done. And honestly, I don't think that's ever been published in any journal. We've never submitted it.
But if you'd like to see how it unfolds visually, this is Marko and Karen.
I want to go to, well, you can if you want. I'll just be quiet. You can do whatever you want.
Let me know when you want to stop and I'll
Nah,
give it a sequence.
you do whatever you want.
Okay. So this is Marko Rodin and Karen Elkins, Science to Sage.
Okay,
And of course Keon, based on Keon and Marko's work.
right.
Are you too hot in the sun?
I'm doing okay, thank you. Let me know when you want to stop.
I could have stuck a rug over that window.
So now you're starting to see the circuits, correct?
Right.
There you go.
And now the nested vortices,
Jeez.
and then the cornerstone. Not the cornerstone, but the capstone. Sorry, that's the end of the sequence.
Okay, this next document, I can't remember if it came before this, but I think it did. Maybe it'll even have a date. There are certain drafts of this document. I don't know if this was the most recent document, but I just put whatever I could find at the time. My files and everything, I have terabytes of data. And until I have an office and a staff, which I don't think I ever will, all this stuff is just in disarray. We're going to look for Philataxis prime number Civ.
Okay, do you want to just show the conclusion of what you think is going on here, where the energy is flowing on the Great
Nah.
Pyramid? Okay.
I'm doing this class where it'll be self-evident. Things are self-evident.
Okay.
Everybody's pretty advanced. I don't think I have to. And besides, if I go into too much detail, we'll lose a lot of ground.
Okay.
Quick question: is it the thing that pops in my mind when I look at the pyramid versus a toroid, or out of stone? Obviously, that seems like something much simpler to build in that scale. To do.
Say it again.
If we're talking about energy, right? If we're talking about energy devices, that the pyramid seems a lot easier to physically build in that way than a toroid.
Rodin coil.
You're not gonna make that a large one out of stone for, like, you get what I'm saying. It just is that, how many options would you have to create that environment, that device? Like, you just showed us a pyramid. We've seen the toroid. Like, those are two.
I still don't know what your question is.
I'm not sure if I know my question is.
All I can say is, but you've given me the great idea. Now I need to make a Rodin coil out of stone.
Well, I just imagine, though, like, putting that, because it's standing the test of time. It's just built to be in an environment where it could continue to do its job in a way.
All I can say is this was Professor Nelson's discovery, because he was very advanced in vortex-based mathematics, okay, beyond anyone else at the time, and he's made a lot of other things that we don't see and don't know. He would have definite conclusions and ideas, and all I know is that even if I barely comprehend was the fact that so many people have made these and are claiming over unity, and I believe they do have over unity, and that it even works is unbelievable. Okay, and what they've made only approximates this. It's not even close, and they're still claiming it works. Okay, so this principle must be very tolerant and forgiving. On top of it. Okay, I'm just saying it like it is. Now, this is not a lightweight document. Okay, this is Professor Nelson. He, again, a master on vortex. Do we have a date? We don't have a date, do we?
I'll go back.
2004?
Last revised in 2004.
It was made in 2001.
One.
And when was the other one? 2000? So this one came after.
Is that what I said, Lyra?
Mm-hmm. 2000.
Okay. So, and you're welcome to have a copy of this if you email me at Marko Rodin, MarkoRodin @gmail.com. I'll send you a copy. So, it's too big of a read. Okay, what he did, the daisy integer, he says, he's saying abstract. Unusual mathematical property, it serves as a simple and naturally efficient prime number sieve. He's saying it predicts primes. Botanical objects literally contain a natural prime number generating algorithm within their structural growth of algorithms. Because I'm saying that this is a bioetheric template, you can end disease, produce limited food, and here he's finding a connection direct to life. So let's see what he says, because it'll be overwhelming. So he says, phyllotaxis is the arrangement of leaves and stems, more specifically. So he's saying every time a point or center grows out of a plant, it predicts a prime number. And it's a hard read. You can see some of it. It's a hard read. Or easy, depending on how you want to look at it. But it's very intricate. So keep on going. Degenerative spiral plant growth can be represented as a matrix of integers. And he shows his method and how he did it. So we're going to keep going. And now he's starting to show how the process and how he, let's keep going. And keep going. And now he's predicting prime numbers. And it just speaks for itself. Everything has to stand on its own feet. Keep going. So now he's showing the prime 3, the prime 5, and how he did it. So my enthusiasm is because of the fact that we're dealing with biology. And again, this shows the talent and abilities of Professor Nelson. A little complicated. I don't think we've ever published this either, unfortunately. So, as you see, it gets very elaborate.
You want to take on pi?
No, we never did spires. I would do the...
Okay. You guys didn't do spires?
No, the spires for the Mobius circuits. I would want to do them before doing pi.
Okay. That's a tall...
Because essentially they explain pi. But do we have some
Yes.
easily
Yeah.
find? I was looking before for winding diagrams that showed
Yep.
what spires are.
Session 1, that's going to be the Rodin coil. Rodin coil.
So this would be tough. So I don't have a laboratory, so I can't make these, and I don't have test equipment, I don't have the resources. And honestly, there's other people making things right now, and they've already succeeded.
Have you done the Rodin coil?
Sure. Just keep, well,
Let's see if it delivers what you're looking for, okay? Just give me a minute.
So in the future, we're just going to have some really good winding. I don't know if we're ever going to get to it, because once we're done with this, it's back to the rat race.
Spires?
Stop here. This is the best I can do, even though we have other... go a few forward and then come back to this so they can see what we're dealing with. We're dealing with... keep going. It's supposed to be a winding configuration. Keep going. No, it wasn't there.
I'll go into the actual thing if you want to tackle something else. I'll go into the article.
I'm not sure what you mean. No, don't.
Okay.
Don't.
Science to Sage on spires.
Just go back to that simple illustration. Unfortunately, it won't show them in a full configuration, but that's how it goes. Okay, you're gonna pull it up?
Oh boy. Just a minute.
It was, I think it was So after I show this, if anybody has any questions, but I don't know how much up I am. Oh. There it is. Stop right there. You ready?
Thank you.
Make it big. Make this right here big, please. Perfect. Center it a little bit. Okay. Okay, what's a spire? So, every motor has a coil in it. They're called toroid coils. And toroid coils are typically wound with so many wraps, so many turns, and you get so many, and they're wound side by side. The Rodin coil is not made that way. The Rodin coil, instead of being winding side by side, the 6th and the 8th turn is next to the first turn, not the 2nd and 3rd turn.
Can you say that again, please?
I know. Here's number 1 going to number 2. Okay? It went through the hole, defines the hole, and comes out the other side, which is what pi does. You can't bisect 0, the hole. Nothing can go through it. It's an aperture. Everything defines it by going around the lip of it. So everything goes around the perimeter of the hole. Only when you violate 0, abuse it, do you get endless non-repeating decimals. Okay, in irrational numbers, because 0 can't be abused. It won't allow you. And it throws you into a default error setting, which is what an endless non-repeating decimal is. That's what an irrational number is. It's a man-made error. Math is perfect. It's so perfect that it has built-in principles that it can't be violated. Okay? So what happens is this is going in through the hole, coming out the other side. It's really an S-curve, but we're making it look like a straight line. And comes out at the 2. That point right there is really an S-curve. If you saw it on the side of the torus, okay, it would look like this. Okay, there would be no point right there. So that point's an optical illusion. Do you follow what I'm saying? Okay. And so what happens is you began here. Remember, these are the next turns, okay? But in a conventional coil, but in the Rodin coil, 2 goes to 3, 3 goes to 4. I just passed where I began. That's what a spire is called. I began there, and if I pass it, that's called 1 spire, at least in my language. Okay? So now, this is going to be the beginning of the next spire, right here, because it just landed when I passed that one. So now I'm going to go from 4 to 5, and now 5 goes to 6, and it went side by side. But to go side by side, I had to go all the way. I had to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the angle of the windings cutting each other are completely different than a conventional coil. And I believe that creates even more magnetic field, because all the researchers' test results show that. I can show that. Maybe it's because it's less parasitics, but based on physics, you're only supposed to get so much field for so much density of copper. But this gets more. And so, by going around so many times before it's ever laid side by side is how you get that shear effect and that natural insulation. This wire actually knows that it's not side by side when it goes around many times. Of course, let's see. Well, okay.
I double checked with Science to Sage, and we have covered every slide, I think, but one on spires, but I can bring that up for you if you'd like to see it.
No, I'm fine. It's just it's not that big of a deal.
It was kind of.
In fact, if I use this illustration, well, it's really hard to use an illustration, but I will. So this is, let's say, the first winding, and it's green. Goes in underneath, comes out and around, and that's called the first turn or first wrap. This is the second wrap. Goes in, around, and now there's the third wrap. Now it's about to pass itself, not go side by side, which is the red and orange, and it's going to come out another color. And if I remember right, it's well, I'll just count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It's every 15th turn or tile. So here it is, going in, out, in, out, and now it's passing itself, and it's going to come 15 tiles over, which is going to be, let's see where it is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think it's the yellow one. It's easier to count on the outside than the inside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm losing track. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No, it is. It's the orange one. So it went in and it came out a new orange color. This is it now, from here to there. So it still hasn't laid side by side, which is where we began, which was this one right here. So now it's going to go in, come out around, go in, and now it goes side by side. So it's a much longer pathway, and it's a much lower gradient slope than a turn which is wound like this would be a very steep slope. This is a much more gradual incline of a winding. And a standard toroidal coil makes what is called a toroidal field. But this coil, as we saw in Blake's letter and other places, doesn't do that. It creates a vertical field, a poloidal field, a whole different type of field towards the vertical versus toroidal, which is towards the horizontal. Because of that, and that affects the electrical motion, that affects everything, that affects the harmonics, creates a shear. So this winding affects the electricity and the magnetism, and I believe it's more properly coupled with spirit because of that. And this is only showing one wire. They're really bifiliar. And it was based on 36, so one wire has 12 wraps, the other wire has 12 wraps, and then the gap space, which is the 396, 693. So it's probably more than you ever wanted to need to know or about coil making and winding configurations. Any questions?
Can you explain why on some Rodin coils, or let's just say where it was tested, you only have one north pole or one pole? It seems like they'll take those detectors and they'll find a positive but no negative end.
Yeah, see, you saw a real old video. That was done here in Sedona over a decade ago. That was done by, actually I was the first one to do that, and then Jamie Boudreff published it. It was me and Tyler. We went into Jamie's lab and I said, let's fool around. And I was actually looking yesterday before the class, I was going through my old archives and I found the actual first one that was ever done. It was a drill bit, and I actually found it and saw it. I was thinking of bringing it, but I decided not to. I don't regret I didn't bring it. I doubt if it even has the magnetic pole in it. But what we did is, using the coil, we would turn it on and off and put the metal inside it in the center. In that case, it was a drill bit, but I kept it. Because we went with the magnetic sensor, normally you would see both poles, but for some reason you were never, I think it was the South Pole, I can't remember. It was always buried and non-visible.
So strange. So strange.
So what?
Strange. I mean, it
I think Lazar, I think we explained it without overly making any big deal out of it. But we did, but that was, whenever using the coil, one of the poles was not showing. It was more, I think the conclusion we came is maybe it was buried more inside and in the internal function, you know. There's so many people have made so many coils and devices that they're saying that are doing anomalous things. That the anomalous is almost the rule of thumb.
Yeah,
It's
you get
almost
balls
a
that are
norm.
just spinning. Their entropy, will not decay as fast as it would in modern physics.
So the magnetic field is like a laser. The spirit, the flux,
Yeah.
magnetic field is focused like a laser right here. And there's many videos we could pull up. But the best fun ones was with Russ Grease doing a contest who could get it to go the fastest. And, you know, it's so beyond what we usually use in technology today. He got it up to 1 million RPM.
Wow.
Okay. And there's been people who've been hurt by it because the neodymium ball is actually disintegrated. So it's spinning so fast, and it turns into shrapnel. John Filia had that happen. Other people have. We got even some models, things working where they explode because they're going so fast. That happens a lot. We have some videos of that.
Yes, remember the shrapnel that hit the plexiglass and then
Yeah, I
shattered
was
into the
thinking of
guy's
that
cell
one.
phone and
my
just
God.
took out the cell phone. It's like shrapnel, you know.
Well,
I have a question.
That's a fun one.
Is there, in terms of winding the spires on the math, do you go from certain numbers to certain numbers on the toroid map?
It's precise. You have to follow. It's very explicit. What was your question?
Yeah, just the number pattern of the winding. So this would be 12, right? And so, just curious.
You know, if we had a weaving, winding coil workshop where everybody made one, then you'd have a donut and you'd be winding it, and you'd get a feel for how it's going around in spires many times. But that does something important to the flux field. Except I believe that winding as it goes through, I think it inverts and flips when it's made.
Does that inversion, would that flip the polarity of the tiles?
It's what's responsible for. I mean, it follows this precise law, but so we just have to get just kind of get immersed into it and make it happen and do it. But these schematics are so crude and so primitive. But so that's what a star is for everybody. So there's many kind of stars. For instance, here's 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, we can do a star that's multiples of 2. 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. That's a coil. Okay? But now we can do another star. So a circle is still a star. It's just 9, 1, 2, 3, but it's still a star. And every one of those stars has a different distance and a different multiplication series. Okay? So here's another star. I'll do 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now I'll do multiples of 4. 4, 8, 3, 7, 2, what's the next number? 6, 1, 5, 9. Look at how much different the pathway is than that one. And that affects, as a coil, the magnetism, it affects everything, the electrical, And these spires are important in making a coil. They're not arbitrary, they're precise. Especially if you're trying to get free energy over unity. So,
Want to X out of that and I'll show you some pictures from Nodin.
well, that'd be a good one. Thank you.
Can you X out for me?
Sure.
1999.
So, John Louis Nodin, JLN Labs, I'm very grateful. He's well respected. He went ahead and was the first one to make a Rodin coil and put it on the internet. And he was doing it because they were looking for what's called the B field torsion. It has to do with tensor fields and other things. And when he made the Rodin coil, it created a hole right here. And that hole, the field, a conventional coil, he showed pictures, we don't have a picture of it right here. If we went to his website, this is all online, you see a standard coil will not do that. It will not move them. These are metal filings. It will not move them out of there. It'll all be filled up. But the Rodin coil did that. And so he published these images because of that, to show it. So do we have more on him?
No. Unless you want me to go to the folder and see if you put something.
I should have put some more in there.
Okay, I'll have a look.
That's
think
Tesla's logo from his original paper.
I sent you a whole bunch of documents, I think, the other night.
Comment back here.
Huh?
No, in that photograph, I was just saying that it's Tesla's original logo from the lab.
I've never seen it.
Yeah,
It was what?
it was his original logo for his company from the lab in Weidencliff,
What did it look like?
just like those photos.
Just like those photos?
Yeah. I have some of the original documents I can show you.
It'd be wonderful.
Yeah, just like those top three.
That's the first one
Mm-hmm.
on the left.
Oh, wow.
Is what I'll be bringing up as I go through your folder. Just let me know when you want to go to the next one.
Okay. Just go ahead and make it big. So this is his website, and he uses my coil as the B field torsion generator. That's a generator of magnetic vortex in the ether itself. See, it turns out that the ether is not an ether, it's an inertia ether. It's the same thing as spirit. When they did the Michael Mendelssohn Morley experiments, they determined that the ether did not exist because the Earth wasn't resisting anything. And then Einstein came out with a comment. He said, if it does exist at all, it must be an inertia ether. And that's exactly correct. So, but I call it spirit. So keep going. So that's the standard coil that he's pointing out, and he's showing that you don't get that hole, that tore, the filing. So he says the magnetic field lines of the coil has been shown. He says in a conventional coil, field lines which are only divergent are not sufficient to initiate the spin of the magnetic energy. The only motion generated is the well-known EMF effect. So so they're showing the present day state, standard state of the art, and then they show the Rodin coil, how it improves over it. He says this special topology seemed a good candidate. He called it the Rodin's coil that was 99, for generating the B field torsion effect. So I have decided to explore deeply this device. I've connected two coils in series, blah, blah, blah. As you can see below, the magnetic field lines picture is very interesting and tends to confirm that the B field torsion effect is real.
Marko,
Okay.
if you can note the top right one in relation to what Rory showed you today.
I can't hear.
Remember what the book Rory showed you today? The one on the top right reminds me of that, although I don't remember what it was, but the book that Rory showed you
Oh,
reminds me of the top right one.
Entropy, oh no, it wasn't.
That geometry one, that one book.
yeah.
Yeah. Alright, go on to the next image.
Mm-hmm. Because I can, Marko.
Say it again.
Because I can.
As I can. So this is actually a gift in a video, but we're not online, so
I
it
can
won't
go
be.
online?
No,
Okay.
don't bother.
Okay.
All it's doing is there's been probably maybe even in the hundreds of thousands, certainly in the tens of thousands of people who have made these coils and verified it for themselves. But very few people have been able to use them for free energy, but people have. And on a large power level, like powering a city. But that's another story another time if they're ever going to share that information. So, but this is one of the applications. But I don't even think that the real Rodin coil should be wound this way. I don't think it should be stranded wire. I don't think it should be. I think we're just scratching the surface. I don't think we even barely understand what this discovery is, to be honest with you. I don't think we really know. It's that profound and that big, that great. So all we're doing right now is it's almost like painting a picture of the Empire State Building and thinking it's the Empire State Building.
There's your folder if you want to take a look at your folder.
But I got a lot. See, the thing, what this really just shows is that the people who are qualified to do the peer review have done it on my work. They picked my work, unexpected by me, and it passed. On JLN, I wanted to pull up one other page just for their benefit. So
On
just go
JLN?
through them under JLN Labs because
Okay.
I sent it to you. So just cycle through them real quick, and then I'll have to keep going. Of course, those are really small thumbnails for me. Keep going.
I have been through the whole folder.
That was it?
Yep.
There was one more page I sent. It didn't have a picture of a
Is this
coil.
come in an email
Yeah,
that wouldn't have made it into this folder?
wouldn't have.
I'm just asking.
Well, it's just that he was talking about what are called torsion fields, spinners, different things. This whole field is a very. So why don't we just pull up now? Oh, I sent you that. Oh, let's go over it for a second. Go down, scroll down.
Yeah.
So
Review
again,
Dyson.
this is a peer review by Tom Biernan. He's very famous
Oh, I need
in the field of scalar interferometry, saying that if you choke off the curl-free A potential against the VX operator, no one can even read this language typically, but you can't get a higher peer review. He's so highly regarded. What, Lisa? So he just goes. He says that he made the Rodin coil. Well, actually, he said it's it's pretty big.
It's just 2 pages here, but and a lot of the references. But
Just let me start at the top.
Okay.
It's just too quick.
Okay.
So he just did an introduction on my work. I didn't know he was going to do it. And there's just an electromagnetic mechanism that will produce the effects reported in the article that follows, and other similar effects as well. It is not magic, but electromagnetics of a special kind. Then he explains it, but it's better you read the article for yourself.
See you, thanks for coming.
Bye-bye, Gabby.
Gotta go.
So,
he also published an article, didn't he?
Huh?
On your work, or is this it? Didn't he publish on?
this is on the article, the
Okay.
peer review they did. He did it for Christine Jackson, who he was her alternative energy reviewer technical at the time. No one knew that I knew him or anything else. And he didn't know it was me that he was talking about when he did the article.
Wait, say that again? Tom didn't know it was about you?
No, when I first started doing this, Dan Winter helped me get Bill Ramsey, which you haven't seen his article,
Okay.
which would be actually very relevant to what we just saw with John Louis Nodden,
Right.
because Bill made the same kind of coil
Right.
and had it's the same effects, but he gives all the data for what the density or the Gauss of the field is.
Right.
And so what happened is when I first started, I decided, and I looked at how everybody had taken it to the grave, and I decided I would talk to Tom and get a bit of advice. And I said, Tom, and he was very kind. We all try to take each other's calls and give each other the best consultation, the best information we can. And I said, Tom, I said, is there one bit of advice? I'm about to embark on this path of free energy, and I'm going to be doing all this. And I made a discovery. And we discussed it, and he said, I said, what is the one thing that you would say or share with me? And his answer was, everything that they teach at the university, everything that they know, everything is 180 degrees the opposite of what they're saying and teaching. And so, as the years went by, maybe not that many, Dan Witter referred me to Bill Ramsey. Bill Ramsey had made the first Rodin coil that was close and approximating how it should be done. And then I submitted the test results to Christine Jackson, who had Explore More magazine. She originally worked for Hans Nieper, the doctor. It's amazing how everybody knew everybody and how we all crossed paths.
There's Bill Ramsey on the screen.
And so here's Bill Ramsey's article. And Bill Ramsey made the coil, and this is what Tom is referring to, is this article in his peer review. Because Christine, instead of publishing me my article, even though we were friends, I didn't know she was going to have somebody critique it and peer review it. But she had Tom Bearden critique it and peer review it, and you can't get any higher than that. You know Tom, evidently.
I worked with him from 1977 to 2005.
Wow.
So I would say you know him a lot better than me.
Yeah, but I have some correspondence of his that you will love.
Speak loud for me.
I have some correspondence from him that you will love.
Well, you should save it and preserve it.
I am, well, yeah.
Greg Volk, do you know who Greg Volk is?
No, I don't.
Greg Volk gave Tom the Sagnac Award, awarded him a presentation.
Oh, I do know the award.
And Greg would be a good person to help to preserve any archives that you have from Tom.
How do you spell his last name?
Well, I'll give it to you later on. It's Volk, V-O-L-K. But Greg is writing a book on vortex-based mathematics right now. He calls it the Rodin universe. They found so many, but it's really advanced mathematics. It's all calculus. Greg's an electrical engineer. But they found so many discoveries in quantum mechanics, electrical engineering, processor, computer design, and it's all using vortex-based mathematics. But I'll be glad to make the introduction. So wait, you had Bill's article? Oh, so that's Greg Volk's. That's one of the things that he's just writing right now. Except that's the article, as opposed to the cover. Oops, you went too fast. Cover letter, but come back.
You look at them up on the right-hand side. Those are the 3 articles for Volk.
Well, it doesn't bring that one. I just want to see one thing. So he said, go down. He says this design will have aiming for a 10 to 50 times reduction in power consumption. This was actually a patent taken out. So the claim is this is going to revolutionize all computer hardware and software. But that's even the tip of the iceberg. But anyway, but these are real engineers. I'm not. So this was my goal. This is why I don't patent and copyright the discovery, and that's why I work with them and teach them until they then stand on their own feet and make their own discoveries and applications. So this was another article. We don't need this right now, but this was why, but nobody knows about the fact that if you square primes, you get a 3D base number counting system. Okay, and that there are no other base systems. Hexadecimal doesn't exist. Binary doesn't really exist. It's a man-made aberration. Okay, but let's keep going, Lisa.
Where would you like to go? You want to go to?
Well, what were we talking about?
Well,
we were showing John Louis Nodden. We were going to go look at Bill Ramsey after John Louis Nodden. You had that article up. So this is Bill. You can see the star and the spire of the winding right there in his diagram. But let's go all the way up to the top. And he did some very more articles, which we don't have here because I didn't take the time to look for it. We should have had it here, where he actually made a device using this and he could not turn it off. And it took him a whole evening, a whole night to be able to turn it off.
Would he throw it into water?
No. He turned it upside down. I don't know why that turned it off.
Conversion.
but that's after it was after it was detached. It would not turn off.
Wow.
And he wrote a whole article on it. What happened? So these are the amount of copper. He's showing a conventional coil, how many turns, the Rodin coil, how many turns, when the wrap, and then he's showing, so he's very technical, very detailed. I'm very grateful for how hard he worked. Keep on going. But the difference is that the conventional coil, total wraps, produces a different density of flux for the field. The conventional coil versus Rodin coil, even though they're exact same amount of copper. Okay, this is 370, conventional coil is 242. Okay, here's a conventional coil, 480, Rodin coil is 780 UH. So he explains it, how he made it, explains it, how he did it, keep on going. This is a very crude device, but it worked. So in it, he just confirms, saying again that there's some magic in the geometric form alone of the Rodin design. Well, I won't go into names, but somebody very well networked. We went to many places, and one of the companies we went to, because he was trying to get me to form a company, it never happened. One of the companies was a satellite coil company, and the owner there, when he looked at these results, said to everybody, he said, if these numbers are correct, he said, there's an unlimited market for this, which there is, and these numbers are correct because they've been verified thousands of times. It's all over the internet, but this is a very crude primitive device, but it still works. Anyway, so there again with John Louise Nodden. So what happens is it focuses the field into the center. It's like a laser. Okay, so so this was the first correct Rodin coil. Now you can even find them on eBay. But that's not how I would make them, but that's how they make them. Okay, what's next?
I have a question. Has anyone made a Rodin coil based purely on your discoveries from the Baha'i faith with the divine mathematics? Has anyone, to your knowledge, gone and done the work or worked directly with you to actually construct one based on your pure mathematics bestowal from the Baha'i faith?
Well, Bill Ramsey definitely was following my instructions, but it was a kind of a blending the old with the new, because he was doing things that I don't do, but you can't, this is the present, you have to work with the present day state of the art of what you have. He uses shellacked copper wire. I would say that you don't even need to have insulation or shellac, and you don't have to worry about it short circuiting. He also did multi-stranded for each of the conductors. I would not have done it that way. I would have done it with a ribbon conductor. And if I was really going to do it the way I want to do it, I wouldn't even do it with conductors. I would figure out how it's made molecularly. Of course, many people have talked about 3D printing, but that's all out of my league. To tell you the truth, like Russ Grease has made so many of the coils. I think that we barely understand. Now, you saw in the last month Rodin coils that were claimed to be able to power a whole city. And you saw how primitive they were compared to the ultimate design. So it seems, again, to work in the right hands and the right scientists that know what they're doing, they can make it function, even when it's very crude and primitive.
Mm-hmm.
So those were the tests. Those were done by Hewlett Packard. Those test results, believe it or not.
You want to go to Russell P. Blake?
Sure. You can just start anywhere. Doesn't matter to me. So Russell Blake, we talked about this letter before, that he did the math, and that he said, again, it went into the interior. In other words, the Rodin torus is three-dimensional. And he says he's completely convinced it's going to revolutionize everything. So then he wrote a paper on evolutionary applications, motors. It's called The Analysis of the Rodin Coil's Applications. And he discussed a lot of things. Blake is very sharp, and he immediately recognized, before even I did, that this coil was producing a pollutive field, not a toroidal field. It took me years before I understood how significant what was happening with the coil, because I'm not trained in electrical engineering. Let's go to the next page of this article, because it continues. So here he goes into antenna. I could talk forever. Using my design, it won a contest by the military. I didn't do it. Signature Antenna did it. Al Henderson, as being the most farthest range and the most sensitive antenna. That's what a coil is. That's what the human brain is. It's an antenna. It transmits and receives. Transformers for divine guidance, for communion with God. Revolutionary applications. So you can't get a more professional, detached, in-depth, but since then most of these things have been made and done and worked. So, and he was very right. He said, you have to, it's essential, you know, that the right people, the right management, revolutionary applications. Anyway, anyone who wants it is welcome to this document. In either case, the effort requires a strong business manager, competent scientific training, setting priorities and proper sequencing of the research efforts. Well, from being a senior researcher and being the director of advanced operating systems, he knows what he's up against, what anyone's up against. He says documentation experiments should be submitted for review by a panel of technical experts in the field of electric motor, antenna, transformer. This coil revolutionizes all that. But it's such a game changer, such a disruptive technology that I have not embarked on any of this, because I've embarked only on trying to document it and preserve it. I would embark on this if I had a presentation that was thorough and complete. But unfortunately, I still don't. There's still things need to be explained better. I need to have a teaching curriculum, a study guide for this. Let's see if some. Well, we should have had it outlined in red what I wanted to point out. So again, he's talking about taking the increased magnetic field at the center. Here's that's just quotes. I don't need quotes from the letter. I went over it. There's other letters he's written, but I don't think they're there. So where are we at right now? Oh, keep going with Blake. There's the analysis. Keep going.
We did everything.
No, we didn't.
You
Keep
didn't want
going.
to go. Okay.
Keep going. Just keep going. I want to scroll through it. Because I thought I had put another document there. I had sent it to you. There's his resume. Just go back for 1 second, the resume. So he was the Microsoft Corporation Senior Researcher Advanced Technology, developed performance tools for optimizing all Microsoft products, developed a decision theoretic system for automatic detection of bottlenecks, computer systems, performance manager, advanced operating systems. So again, I do believe in peer review, and you can't get higher peer review than what I've been able to get. Systems Performance Manager, Advanced Operating Systems, 1988 to 1993. Okay. Build and lead a team for benchmarking analysis and tool for OS2 and Windows NT performance optimization, event and code develop Windows NT performance monitor, event Windows NT code profiler, working tune, tuner US patent, and synthetic performance test bed US patent. He created the Winstone industry standard benchmark from which every software trial is judged. author of the book Optimizing Windows NT, over 100,000 copies sold, and it just goes on. Sun Microsystems, Director of Operations, Software Products Division, Adaptive Intelligence, Vice President Engineering. My students and the engineers and professors who've learned Vortex-based mathematics are the most brilliant and the brightest minds. I'm very lucky. Okay, keep on going.
That's pretty much it.
Well, I just want to see. That was it, huh?
Yep, for peer review, yes.
Okay. There was another document, but
Can you explain it to me? Or describe
Huh?
it? Can you describe it and I'll try to find it? Is it under Blake?
I think I'm going to leave it alone since
Okay.
it's not there.
Because I can go to the Blake folder.
I'm just going to leave it alone because once people start going into patenting and stuff like that,
Yeah.
I just think I'll leave it alone.
Okay.
German Journal of Oncology, dear Mr. Rodin. It's just amazing how everybody how I've crossed paths with certain people. I didn't send him my article. A person did, a friend, on DNA. This is the Journal of Cancer, Oncology, and he's the past president. Dear Mr. Rodin, consider your paper of extreme importance to me. Your conclusions are very likely. I recommend your paper for publication in the German Journal of Oncology. Please keep me informed of your further work. Sincerely, Hans Napier. And this was just my work on DNA. There's another reference, but I'm going to skip it. Let's keep going. What's this? Just
Tony
really
Bell.
old stuff.
This is Tony Bell.
Yeah. But it's all quantum, and I don't think we need to go into quantum at this time.
Do you want to speak to violating the 0 and pi?
I think I've done enough times that I don't think I'm going to take the time right now.
I know I had stepped out. Did you do the endless non-repeating decimal?
I've talked about it at multiple points, so
Okay.
yeah, I'm done with it
Thank you. I think that's pretty much
for the moment.
it. Unless you can think of something you'd like to back up over, we can open it to Q&A.
Surprise me.
I think we covered it. We didn't do prime number squared, but you wanted to skip it.
You didn't
today.
show, and I don't remember seeing it that detailed yesterday. Didn't we have other, we only did 3 toroid maps. Didn't we have any of the toroid number maps by Randy, or did we look for them separately earlier, showing
didn't.
higher, bigger primes?
We didn't.
Huh?
We didn't.
We
Sorry.
did not?
No, we didn't.
So that's
I can
very
go
valuable.
I have my archive here. I can go in if you want to open the Q&A, and I can try to bring up some.
No.
Do you have it in your folder under Randy?
No, I'm just saying that a proper, it's just too bad all that's not shared. There's so many things that's not shared. But we did make the point. We showed primes 7 squared and prime 5 squared. And
I'll take a look at Randy's folder.
no, there's nothing in there yet.
Okay.
We just haven't had the time.
Do you want to talk about propulsion?
Good one, Giselle.
You don't have to.
That's all you had under propulsion there. That's a really good one, Giselle. Of course, that's what Ruhan and Tony Bell are doing. There's that. You've already touched on Greg.
I think so.
Aaron
We'll go
Emmel?
to Aaron Emmel.
Yeah, Aaron Emmel.
Because we talked about,
We didn't even do that yesterday.
I think we talked about today, I think we talked yesterday how, I forget who I was talking with, was it with you? I talked about my publisher, Brian, with Bob Goodman.
Yeah, we went up.
Let's go. What happened is I put together, my publisher died of fast-acting cancer. His name was Bob Goodman. His wife, Lori Goodman, said on his deathbed, he said to her that, and she told me that his biggest regret was that he never published a book on vortex-based mathematics. Aaron Emmel, I had gone to him, I put together the writer, all the information, but I guess no wine before it's time, for Providence, whatever, didn't have it happen. And Aaron put together some sample chapters. Were we talking about that? Mm-hmm. That was with you?
Over dinner.
Over dinner?
Yeah.
And so he did some sample chapters, and he did a cover letter. So let's do the cover letter. So this is what I would have done if I had had a budget. Aaron only needed $20,000 to do it, but I never was able to Nobody was interested in supporting me with it, and I didn't have the resources, so it never happened.
Are you referring to the query letter?
So yeah, we'll just start right at the top. We're just going to go straight down.
Okay.
Maybe there's some. So.
What's the first?
So here he's saying that he wanted. There's Bob Goodman, 15,000 plus expenses up to 5,000. I would like to talk to a lot of scientists and researchers who've been making headway with your work. It would take me up to a year of writing and research. Aaron is a Bahá'í too, like myself. Okay, so that was his simple one letter. Then stop.
I want to protect his phone number.
Can you make it big? Don't. His number's not the same anymore. You don't have to protect anything.
Okay.
But can you make it a little wider or anything or?
Coming at you.
Okay. So I'm just showing you all this is just showing how much we've tried to bring things to fruition, but normally it's in vain. So please feel free to show this letter to others. Radio has no future. Heavier than air, flying machines are impossible. X-rays will prove to be a hoax. The person who made these statements was not stupid. In fact, he was the brilliant English scientist Lord Kelvin, who died at the beginning of this century. The problem is that he fell victim to the laziness which seems to afflict the people of every age. The idea that at long last all the inventions have been discovered and the end of knowledge is finally at hand. But throughout history, every time we seem to have figured out how the world works, a new discovery is made or a new book is published which opens new horizons of knowledge, makes new discoveries possible, and changes the way in which the average person views the world. Marko's discovery is on this level. It rips apart and rebuilds almost every paradigm we hold, from the course of history to the shape of quantum mechanics. But what sets it apart is that it is not founded on an esoteric equation which only the elite can understand. It is written simply in a pattern we have looked at but not seen for thousands of years. And once it is revealed, it can suddenly be seen everywhere, in the numbers we use to count, the convection currents of the sun, the shape of the human body. It is time for this information to be shared. A book on such a powerful subject should be written in such a way as to make it readily accessible to a great number of readers. And at their roots, all scientific discoveries emerge from personal quests. As Kepler wrote, "There is nothing that I want to find out and long to know with greater urgency than this. Can I find God whom I can almost grasp with my own hands in looking at the universe, also in myself?" For these reasons, it seems appropriate to write about Marko's discoveries in the context of a novel, a story. My motto for this is the Celestine Prophecy. It made some very interesting points, although not new ones, and the writing was not profound, but the presentation of the insights inside of a personal quest made them very easy to relate to. Once the popularity of this book had been won, another purely informational book was released for those who wished to know more. After spending several years developing notes, writing sample drafts and outlines, and talking to various scientists about Marko's work, I would love to have the opportunity to finally turn all of this information into a book. The writing I asked to do for newspapers is interesting, but not earth-shattering. And Marko's work is earth-shattering. It would take me about a year of research, writing, and editing to write the book this discovery deserves. I would be able to afford to do this for an advance on royalties of $25,000. My only two real concerns about this book are that Bob Goodman be publisher and that he develop a marketing strategy which will promote this book in all major markets. It would be terrible for such a monumental work to be filed away and then forgotten. I fervently hope that we can proceed with this project. And they blocked out his info.
Dated 1998.
Yeah, quite a long time ago.
Yeah.
And that's, I'm probably not going to be giving too many classes after this. And I'm going to be, I will be filming with this interactive whiteboard and putting it up on YouTube, but I'm going to do it in the isolation. I have no choice because it's just too much information. And it really needs to have a study guide. No, you weren't done with Aaron.
I'm sorry, I thought we were.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I want to give a sample of his writing.
Okay.
This is the book. This is the $20,000 book because you're not going to ever get one after this.
Thank you, Marko.
Sure.
Okay.
So we'll go. We got the Troy map. We got the new model, the key to the cosmos, the key to the cosmos, the key. Oh, those are duplicates. A math of historical evolution. Numbers are real. I don't know if they have title numbers, which one comes first. Okay, so this is a sample of a paragraph of a chapter. The Rodin coil, the key to the cosmos. What if the entire universe, including gravity and magnetism and history, and everything in between, could be described by a single word? What if from the beginning of recorded history we had a template describing the convention patterns of the sun, the movement of galaxies, and the most efficient ways to harness electricity? If all this knowledge was with us all along, but since we saw it every day, we spent every day unknowingly passing over it. Marko Rodin claims that there is such a message, and he found it. It is the decimal system. It is the numbers 0 through 9. Actually, 0 is not a number, so it would be 1 through 9. It's 0 is an absence. It describes everything to prove its validity. He used it to model a coil he claimed would have properties ranging from unprecedented levels of inductance to the ability to revolutionize nuclear fusion. All of the claims he has made, which are being tested, are proving correct. I am a professional writer who met Marko while he was explaining to a group of people that he had found all of this out from reading sacred scriptures and discovered that one word was repeated in almost all religious texts, whether Muslim, Buddhist, Zoroastrian, Bahá'í, Christian, Hindu, or Jewish. This word, he determined, describes the fundamental properties of the universe, and a more detailed template for understanding it is provided by the numbers 0 through 9. I'm getting out of breath. The key, the grand unified field has been discovered. It was with us all along, used by us every day without us realizing what it was. It is simple, and yet it describes everything. The universe is harmonized by positive emanations from the center of all mass. These emanations have been mathematically defined. The description of their movement and effect is entirely conveyed by the relationship of numbers 0 through 9. Suddenly, with this knowledge, numerous confounding scientific observations and discoveries are beginning to make sense. So this was his rough draft. And he goes into detail. Pythagoras, I mean, he really does it. He's very broad in his scope, throws a big net. I think he did a great job. I'm going to do a great job. But there's no resources to get it done, so it's not going to happen. And I'm not going to go out there looking for money. I don't have the strength or desire. So what are we looking at? What do we got there? Other things? Stay right there. Let me see what we got. There's a lot of good articles. A lot of people have done a lot of good things. I don't know what picks are. What would we throw in picks? God help us. What
Where are you?
Right here, pictures. And then we got GIFs. Then we got JPEGs.
I see GIFs. Oh, fingerprint, which were good. Got plenty of that. I have all those pics. Nope, just
Not
one.
much, huh?
Mm-mm.
You see anything you like? Did I explain the Eye of Horus at all?
No.
I never got to it? Okay, do the Eye of Horus.
I'll go back to the presentation then, or do you want me to look in that one first?
Presentation's fine. Or that one, doesn't matter.
You did the bobbird, I think.
Well, this is the Eye of Horus. And every part of the eye of Horus has a number value. And it's the most common archaeological talisman, or for that specimen, found in an archaeological dig, because everybody wore it as an amulet around their neck. So there's the 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. I bet you didn't know. You think we would have known or been aware of that the binary code is a part of Egyptology, the most common talisman, and that's pretty unbelievable. And of course, that's my equation, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. And it's all based on, and there's more. Egyptology, they knew this discovery. They did not share it with the population, the general population, in depth, because they felt that people would desecrate it. It was so sacred and so holy. And they felt that people were not worthy enough, for the most part. So this all was kept as a cult, secret and hidden. Smell, sight, thought, hearing, taste, touch, these parts represent. Did I do that?
How the numbers? Well, how were they discovered initially?
Let me see. I don't know. We haven't done this, but I wouldn't mind. Can we go online with a browser page or no?
Mm-hmm.
Or you can?
Yes.
So just go to Google, if you don't mind, and letting us see it on the screen, and just type in Eye of Horus, and just type in then the numbers with a comma after them. Type in 16, 32, 64. That'll be enough for Google to know what we're talking about.
Eye of Horus first,
Uh-huh.
and then what?
16, comma, 32, comma, 64, comma.
Lisa, I also emailed you a link to Patrick's vintage sensor,
Oh, okay.
which has hieroglyphics on it.
Now go to images. Oh, no, well, you can do it here too. The ancient Egyptians divided the Eye of Horus into 6 pieces, using them as mathematical system to write fractions, specifically for value measurements like grains. Each piece represents a power of 2 in the denominator, with 16, 32, and 64 corresponding to a specific parts of the eye and human senses. 1/16 represented the curved tail of the eye, corresponding to the sense of hearing. 132 represented by the teardrop corresponds to the sense of taste. 164 represented by the pupil, corresponding to the sense of touch. I bet this doesn't help a bit. We know it's real. We know they have it there. We know it's the binary code. Here it is, and there's the mathematical total. But I'm not going to go by this right now. But now let's go either farther down or go to images, because what is significant or relevant to me, you can go to Wikipedia. Probably can't hurt. So, and scroll down and keep going. Mythology. Stop right there. And so this is the same as what this discovery is, and the same as with the most great name of God. Okay, keep going. It's maybe in a hieroglyphic form. I guess that you get more of an answer than you ever wanted. Okay, look at those dates. Okay.
I mean, ultimately, it seems like a lot of this stuff is like downloaded or divinely inspired, or like the same way the books were written. I mean, channeled.
So it turns out that it's a part of religion. That whether it was Moses, Christ, Muhammad, the Bahá'í, and other prophets, Zoroaster, there's many, many, many more. They confirmed its authenticity by incorporating it into their sacred scriptures, using a unique mathematical system, and it wasn't created by man. And man didn't advance it and progress it. It was actually just the reverse. It was a revelation. It was incorporated in the scriptures, and then mankind learned it. We always think that everything was through mankind progressing, but that isn't what it was.
I think I'm going to interject here that we also must remember that, well, nobody has to do anything, but to remember the extent that the ancients used hallucinogens. the Egyptians, the Blue Lotus, and it was a way, or, you know, the Mushroom and the Cross, that book, it was a way that they accessed higher knowledge, and that's just a proven fact. I'm not saying that yet. That's the only way to do it.
It's the funnest, most fun way.
Well, sometimes.
Sometimes.
I do. So Giselle made a point, and I'm not speaking or responding to her point. It's self-evident, and it can stand on its own feet. But there is a difference between revelation or divine revelation, or the Holy Spirit, or the creative word, or infallibility, or freedom from error, than there is. And just as hallucinogenics, and I come out of that culture, that's my background. Psychedelics, hallucinogenics, surrealistic, okay? I love abstraction. I love, surrealistic everything, writings, music, everything. And the scriptures, it says God is the king of abstraction. So, but the only thing I have to say is this. There is nothing is a substitute. Or I'll put it another way. Artists say this. To do their artwork, they say it's 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. So anyway, nothing happens if it's not ordained, or I mean, we all pray for the divine bestowal from God, for the heavenly gift, the confirmation from above. Nothing happens, so it says in the scriptures, without confirmation from above. You know. But anyway, I'm not going to get into all that topic. What I am getting into is this.
Giselle, can you confirm that that's the image you wanted?
That's the image I wanted.
Okay.
Thank you for finding it. This young man here is no longer alive. This is his library that we're in right now. This is called the Patrick Flanagan Library. When he died and ascended, everybody, with the help of his wife, he was an avid reader. I'm repeating what everybody would say probably better than me. He had over 70,000 books of different titles, very expensive books. A lot of them are engineering. They are on every topic. Alternative energy. You even have, I mean, these are not cheap books here. The number one mathematical software in the world, at least used by governments, is Mathematica. Here's Stephen Wolfram, a new kind of science, because he observed a phenomenon going on with all his computer calculations that he said was showing that there was a divine intelligence, that it was impossible otherwise. And you got to respect somebody of his credentials, Stephen Wolfram. This book's a fortune. Every book, half the books in here are a fortune. And this is a free lending library. And so what happened is that this has been a reading room. And Giselle's a librarian, and we're all old, close friends. I've taught them everything they know in euchre, everything I know in euchre. We play cards together in the evenings with Dawn.
And he is the worst euchre player.
What?
And Marko Rodin is the worst euchre player.
He used to be.
on the planet.
He used to be. No longer. He broke the code.
We know who's the best. His name is Don Wilson. He always has an ace
Always.
for his last hand as his last card. But anyway, so this library, so Patrick had a conventional education, conventional math, and then as he grew up and got older, he went very esoteric. And so he was fluid not only in conventional languages like calculus and algebra and other languages, and
Chemistry.
he actually was, he learned, he had many friends and many other people that were off the beaten path and from the side door and out of right field, these books. A lot of them are that way. And so it's a very fine, very diverse, very broad collection of books. And so, but the thing is that what astounds me is that Patrick, and again, we all cross paths. It's amazing how we all know each other and friends from, in such a big world, we all still find each other. And he came out with a medallion, like an amulet, a talisman. And what is amazing is you have the circuits and you have, to me, it's the underpinning nested vortices. To me, it's almost like an artistic rendering, okay? But it's just amazing that all roads lead to Rome, that even that he would create this torus, he's showing the enneagram right there. Of course, the 3 and 6 should not be connected, and it is, because I'm the only one who brought that up, that's an error. But, and then he has sacred symbols around it and things like that. Anyway, it's just amazing that somebody of a very strong scientific background would end up with the same, and I believe so what are the claims of that when people wear these or have these? Are they claiming that they're having healing properties? Are they claiming that it helps them? Is it a focusing device?
You want to speak on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the main things that he claimed was that it would kind of amplify intention and your field, and so it was very
Speak loud. Amplify your field.
So it was very important to be conscious of what you were amplifying. You kind of amplify both ways.
So,
Yeah.
but there again, underpinning nested vortices in the form of a torus.
You're right.
But yeah, but Marco, the sensor 5, because that's the earlier generation.
Okay, you can hand it to me.
And if you want to remember that Patrick wrote Pyramid Power in the 70s, and he would say that sensor 5 would put a 6-foot pyramid around the wearer.
Say it again. The sensor 5 would what?
It would put a 6-foot pyramid around the person wearing it. So, and given that Patrick
Underpinning nested vortices. So they keep evolving it, and they kept on finding different ways to focus it.
Correct.
That's a 5-sided.
Is that it,
pyramid.
Giselle, right there?
Yes.
That's a sensor 5.
Right here?
So
No, that Marco yeah.
I believe that this technology is real. Most of the time, it's only subtle. It's not truly.
Is this the one you were talking about, Marco?
It's the one that Giselle's talking about that I have in my hand.
The one on the screen.
Hmm?
The one on the screen?
Correct.
No, the one that we had before was the one I was talking about. This is. I was not talking about this one. Giselle is.
Okay.
Okay. Except I'm saying, and this is the evolution as he continued to refine his device. Okay, his focusing device. Okay, just like Slims. There's an original. Might as well show it in video because most people will never see an original Slim Sperling. Okay, I know scientists that that are watching this would be laughing, but don't laugh because people who are psychic and intuitives. Oh, we got more. But actually, this is my favorite.
But this is an original Slim.
This is an original Slim.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so anybody who's wondering, I'm sending this to Sotheby's, and the opening auction is $25 million. Okay, and the auction starts next week. Okay, so I'm not going into their claims of what it can or cannot do. What I am going into is you have the orbitals, you have the center vortex well. These people were, whether it did or didn't work, there's no question that they were struck by a bolt of lightning, okay, and had a paranormal experience with the in order to make these devices, okay, and they all came from different paths. Patrick Flanagan is a true scientist, okay, an engineer, but all roads lead to Rome, okay, all roads lead to the Taurus. Here's the, what bird is this called again, Lisa?
Falcon from Tutankhamun.
The falcon of who?
Yeah, Tutankhamun.
Tutankhamun. So there's your 3 and 6 as far as I'm concerned. There's your 9. Okay. It's not by accident. Okay. So so I thought you and the people watching this video someday would enjoy seeing some of these. And many of these books cover these topics. It's really a tragedy that most of these books are not available online, haven't been scanned in. I bought a good scanner, but we didn't have a staff. And we have too many books. If we added up all the books of all the libraries here in Sedona and this that are available, it's over 100,000 books. And it's really a loss for the people, the rest of the world, that we haven't digitized and made it available that way, which is really what my goal was. Okay, I'm going to set this right here. So, what else?
That's pretty much it.
I will say one thing. I hate to do it, but I'll do it. When I say Baha, because Ernie would be mad at me if I didn't cover this subject, I don't say Baha. When I use it for meditation or as a mantra or to, like TM, you know, or as a breathing technique, I don't say Baha, 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 Baha. Of course, we have in the Baha'i faith, we have what is called Yabahalabha and Alohabha, and we have the most great name, and it's actually a requirement in the scriptures to say it 95 times a day. But when I say Baha, I don't say Baha like that, or Abha, I don't say it like that. I turn the B into, there's a passage in the Four Valleys, it's the one of attainment, of the highest station for a man. It's called Mahbub, the beloved one. It's the station of, to quote the scriptures, it says, if the mystic knowers be of those who reach to the beauty of the beloved one, this station is the apex of consciousness and the secret of divine guidance. This is the center of the mystery. He doth what he willeth, ordaineth what he pleaseth. Were all the denizens of earth and heaven to seek to unravel this shining illusion, this darksome riddle, until the day when the trumpet soundeth. I believe that's the letter B. Until the day when the trumpet soundeth, they would still fail to comprehend even a single letter thereof. Hence, when searchers inquired thereof, he made reply, this is God. He made reply, this is a bottomless sea which none shall ever fathom. Again, that's the B. In the Quran, they say that the entire Quran is in the opening passage of the Bismillah. And they say the entire Bismillah is in the first letter, which is in the B. And they say the entire Quran and the Bismillah and everything is in the point underneath the B. Okay? And that B is the number 2 in Abjad reckoning. And the circuits that we were having was 1, 2, 4, 8, 6, which is really a combinatorial explosion, which is really bifurcation, which is really a chain reaction. But I believe that the sound and the enunciation pronunciations to the B we're actually seeing as it's taking place with the numbers. And so the scripture says it's a bottomless sea which none shall ever fathom. And they asked, that's us, and he answered again, that's God, it is the blackest of nights through which none shall find his way. That was the answer. That wasn't the riddle. That was the solution. And then he says, whosoever knoweth the secret will assuredly hide it, and were he to reveal but the faintest trace thereof, they would nail him to the cross. Yet by the living God, if there was any true seeker, I would reveal it to him. For love is a light that never dwelleth in a heart possessed by fear. Speak in the Persian tongue, though the Arab please thee more. A lover hath many a tongue at his command. Methinks at this moment I catch the fragrance of his garment blowing from the Egypt of Bahá'í. Verily, and this is God, the garment of God, which is the letter Ha. And Egypt means you've attained the presence of God, because it's the story of the long-lost Joseph, who was thrown into a well and separated from his parents. Speak in the Persian tongue, though the Arab please thee more. A lover hath many a tongue at his command. How pure, how bright this pure wine in the hands of the beloved. How sweet this couplet. I cannot say more. For the stream cannot hold the sea. For the stream's bed cannot hold the sea. And it says, verily he who journeyeth unto God, unto the crimson pillar, that's the Aleph. It's always red, the Aleph, the Hamza, how it's said. It's referred to crimson, red, and ruby, and the white is that it's not said in the guttural fashion in Arabic. It's said silent in Persian. It says, verily he who journeyeth unto God into the crimson pillar and the snow-white path will never reach into his heavenly goal unless he abandoneth all that men possess. And if he feareth not God, he will fear all things, whereas all things feareth him who feareth God. And it goes on, and it's much longer. It talks about the station and this realm, if you know the precise mystic intonation in the name of God. It says, the exalted dwellers in this mansion do well divine authority in the court of rapture, and with utter gladness they do bear a kingly scepter on the high seats, on the high thrones of justice. They issue their commands, and they send down their gifts according to each man's deserving. Not shall they know of piercing cold, not shall they know of sun, or of piercing cold. This is all about that level of, this is all dealing with paranormal psychology, altered states. It's all dealing with the ability, the latent potential in every person to harness and tap into their full capacity. Anyway, and that we all have this invisible station that we occupy, this plane, this grade, this realm. But anyway, so when I say Abha, I say it like this. I don't say the B is a bilabial stop or a plosive. I say it is a bottomless sea, a blackest of nights. It becomes a trumpet until the day when the trumpet soundeth. And Brian used to play trumpet. So I say it so much faster and so much quicker instead of saying it slow. Instead of saying Abha, 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 I'm going like the buzzing a bee. And it talks about it in the different scriptures, in the Surah Haikal, in different Baha'i tablets by Baha'u'llah. It talks about it as how to say the name of God. And that's the best I can do. That's the best I can do. And it's all created by the Word of God, the mystic Word, which was the crimson pillar, the Aleph. All right, so I hope Ernie's happy. I hope I've done the best I can do. What else? I would, if it was relevant, which it isn't all that relevant, I would have spent more time on the patents and the technology and the discoveries. But I'm sure if we all survive and live long enough, we'll have a lot to share and see on these devices running and working. And I would bring in those other scientists. I would have them present themselves. They don't need me to show what they've done. So I would actually, either on this board, do a video conference call, or they would come here personally and show their breakthroughs. Every one of these breakthroughs is a game changer, is a disruptive technology, and that's an understatement. But everything's a two-sided sword. And as, what was his name? Matt? No. Nate. As Nate said, we're all walking a tightrope. You know, anytime you're doing a disruptive technology. Okay, does anybody have any comments or anything to say?
Larry, you want to ask about plasma? About what plasma?
I didn't hear you.
No,
All right.
I do. I want to ask about the 3-6 in terms of 4D aspect, and how you imagine that kind of. Talk a
You'd
little
have
bit
to
about
learn the math. And once you understood the math and you understood the other axes, the X, Y, Z,
Yeah.
and the Z is already so hard because it keeps disappearing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the axes rotate, and every one of those axes eventually becomes a Z, and then it reemerges and pops out. But then you got the W axis, which is how you can wrap your mind around that, which is that vertical upright 9 above the 0 that makes a diamond.
Well, it's like a dimensional thing.
It's
Right?
all dimensional.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I consider the magnetic fields 4D.
Okay.
But they're coupled with spirit, which I consider 5D. But the 4 and 5 are considered at the same time. They're not 4 and 5. They're really omni-D.
Yeah.
That's how I call them.
Okay.
And all a dimension to me is how something moves through space. I'm pretty primitive.
Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking though. Is that outside of the 3D, there is no time space in the same.
Well, the beauty of it is this, in which you have the answer, because this is showing the circuits, the winding, the wraps, or the molecular structure of this torus coil, which is, of course, is in other geometric shapes too, like the pyramid in that case, and which I believe is also could be on an atomic level, on a molecular nano level. But the thing is that once you got the 3D shape right, the 3D structure, and you know where to put the gap spaces or the holes and leave it alone. Lisa's not here right now. She had to take a call, but I would have, I would have shown on the hexagon, it would be a beautiful image to show where the holes are, where the 396s, so I literally would have been showing Swiss cheese. Okay? And those holes is what makes it. Like again, in the torus, the donut, the secret is the hole. So what happens is if you can get the 3D right, if you can make the 3D right, I believe, because it's going to have the right geometry, the right lattice matrix, the right grid, that the higher dimensional, the Omni 4D, all the higher dimensions, regardless of their number, will all be compacted together, and they will have the right angle and the right ratio to the 3D. Okay, and everything they do will be automatic. This whole thing's automatic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a cute saying, and I think it's true. Just by virtue of it being made, it's already on. If that makes any sense.
Well, that's what puts intelligent in front of design. That's why they say intelligent design.
So, what is your profession, or what's your interest in this?
I mean, I'm probably similar to Lisa and Brian, filmmaking, creative. I'm not an academic in any way.
I remember that you said that. What did you do in film?
I did a lot of different things, but mostly marketing, advertising stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing in this world.
Where are you based out of?
I'm here now, but
No.
I was in New York. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is more of just like pure curiosity for me.
That's how you begin, but people end up, like Richard Rivera, he wrote a movie script based on my original monograph book.
Yeah.
You know, after a while, every year he would write to all the directors and producers and ask them what they wanted. He'd give them 20 ideas for a script for a movie or TV series, and he said that Vortex-based mathematics always came in the top 5. You know.
Yeah.
So, so this explains dimensions. When they say time is the 4th dimension, and they give time its own dimension, I don't do things that way. So I have, but.
Well, I was thinking about 4D as like the thought form realm. You
Like
know what I
what?
mean? Like thought form realm, right? And fifth dimension, which we hear about now, is more about the awareness that you are in it, right? Having the awareness that you're in it, or that you can access it, is sort of the key. It's just the awareness, because you have a totally different perspective on reality at that point anyway. Whether or not that's that's the best way I can explain it, how I think about it. So when I think of 3D, that's just pure physical, matter, and then 4D is sort of like non-physical.
Well,
I could be wrong about that.
no.
But that's where
One's
I always see the
physical
thought
and one's
forms.
flux field.
Okay.
That's how I look at it.
Where does gravity fit in this? You
You
talk
know,
about magnetism, but
I haven't addressed it.
No.
I don't know if the positive, you have the weak force, you have different, I'm sure this explains it, and other people who are more qualified are doing a lot of research with this right now. That kind of question you'd ask Tony Bell, or Ruhan, or Greg Volk, really, or Kyan. These are all scientists that are applying this. I see those positive emanations, and I think of negative ref counter space, and I think of entrainment, but I'm really not educated enough to really to understand it all. So I'd like to. So
Thank you, Marko.
yes, thank
it's
you
my
so
pleasure.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marko, very much.
Yeah.
Pure delight.
I love it. Yeah.
Just,
Donut
So I'm
like-
more excited now. Like.
I have to say, it was funny when you were talking about palindromes. You and Ralph were Brian was sitting across from each other, and I kept on going like,
Palindrome.
head, glasses, black t-shirt.
Yeah.
That's why I took my glasses off. I didn't want anyone confusing us. I was like,
I said something to Brian, it was so funny. I thought it was
The math proves that there's an invisible thread running through everything that connects all of us. In the scriptures it doesn't say this, but it infers it, that in the next world, after we ascend, we leave our body, that all the eyes and all the brains and all the minds, that every soul will be compressed into one. Not that any of them will lose their distinct individual character. It's not saying that.
I don't know this.
They'll just
There's
harmonize.
some brains out there, I'm not too sure. I wanna merge with.
you'll never lose your keys ever again. I remember every time when But that's kind of the idea too, right? It's almost as if that the whole idea of, the pieces that create the whole, it's just perspectives, right? And data collecting, right? In a weird way.
There's somebody,
Makes
he
a little love in
wants
there.
funding right now. I talked to him 2 days ago, and he's been working on Vortex space mathematics for many decades. And he says that he's figured out how to use the toroid number map, the whole thing. It obsoletes the processor in a computer, obsoletes the memory of the RAM, and he said he's turned it into the whole thing into a data bank. But I don't want to present his work. I'd rather him do it. And I asked him to write a white paper, but there's so many people that claim that as it sits right now, it's ready to go out the door, that this obsoletes all existing computers. So, but it's up to him and each one of us to make sure that our discoveries survive and that we share them, and that so that other people can replicate them and prove them for themselves that it's authentic.
Because it's like, we still use gasoline, right? Which we probably could have not had to have ever done that, but when it comes to making money, right? So the thing about now though is it's information spreads so much quicker, right? We all have so whether or not that changes how things are suppressed, I don't know, but it seems less likely, especially when the spiritual component enters.
Well, I can tell one way that it's less likely is YouTube pays $65 billion a year to creators. There's so much content on YouTube now, even though everybody's in an echo chamber because we all get recommended different things based on our tastes and viewing habits, but $65 billion a year in creators creating content, we're smaller than a needle in a haystack. Things can get buried and lost pretty quick in this digital age.
That's, yeah.
You know, and to rely on algorithms to dig up the content for you is not going to go too well either.
No.
But I'm speaking at Psychotronics in June.
Oh,
Scott Butlick.
where?
I'll do a video conference. And these trade shows, these conferences, do allow us to find each other and connect. No one realizes or knows that over unity, free energy, 0 point energy, and all the other things that go with it that there's actually a trade organization, and there's an annual convention every year. Well, let me see. Let me get an example of one. Right here. Where's the Tesla Tech paper? Well, yeah, I'll take it. Just God help me. Mitch put that up there?
What is
He gave it to you to put up? Thank you, Mitch.
God love him, he's still alive.
Yeah. So here's 2026 extraordinary. So I'm saying that there's a trade show. You could be a swimming pool cleaner and go to Hawaii and go to a trade show, or a dentist or a heart surgeon or something. That this field that we're in has its trades organization where you can collaborate and meet. So here's 2026 Extraordinary Technology Conference, Crown Plaza, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Tesla Tech, blah, blah, blah. Pre-conference workshop, Wednesday afternoon. Here's the itinerary. You got extraordinary electrotherapy technology, far infrared, engaging the universal clutch on the wheelwork of nature, vendor showcase, the Bedini system, E field versus B field, exploring dielectricity, unlocking the mystery of the universe. It's just so many people.
Look behind you, Marco.
Oh, Tesla Tech? Oh, thank you.
What's the date?
It's August what?
12, 13.
See the rest.
Did you talk with Maury King?
I get emails from him every day
Oh, okay.
because he's very much into long-lasting COVID, and he sends a lot of articles. But yeah, Maury once introduced me when I spoke at Psychotronics 30 years ago. I asked him to present me instead of just walking out there and talking. He had my original copy, probably still does, of my first monograph book I ever wrote. And when Maury introduced me, he said, "This is Marko, and he's, he's a presenter." And he says, "Marko has roids on the brain." That's how he introduced me, as a pun on toroids. He said, "Marko has roids on the brain."
Oh my God, I'm never gonna forget that.
That's how Maury introduced me. Maury isn't. I'll tell you what no one knows, although it's obvious. Maury is an engineer's engineer. That's what he would call himself if he had to create a title. Why is he an engineer's engineer? As he explained to me, when he wrote he was the first author on the book 0 Point Energy. He brought it to the forefront. It was the first book for engineers by an engineer. And as he made it very clear, he says 0 Point Energy has always been known to exist, even in the early 1900s. They knew it was real. And they didn't teach it or go into it in extreme depth because it was so, let's say, so many twists and turns, so many boomerangs in it and stuff. But he said, and no one, so they didn't make it as the major curriculum at the mainstream curriculum. It wasn't made. But 0 Point Energy was already proven by advanced physicists and accepted. So he's an engineer's engineer because he brought it to the mainstream conventional engineers and put it in a way that they could understand it, because before it was written so hard that any square inch of space in this room would have more energy than a nuclear bomb, but it was all in equilibrium, or they like to say canceling itself out, but that's not an accurate description, really. But so that's who Maury is and who we're talking about. So yeah, he's an old friend, and he's a big supporter of Tesla Tech, and I don't think he's ever missed a year.
No, I don't think so.
He's always there.
Last time I saw him was well, I've seen him since then, but I mean, I saw him he and Tom, I introduced him in 1988 in Colorado Springs.
Wow.
And that's when Tesla Tech was based in Colorado Springs and had the Tesla Museum there.
Yeah.
Really?
You have
Yeah.
the Colorado Springs notes right there and
Where? Huh?
I grew
Anyway,
up
these
there. I never heard of it.
conferences, they vary, the speakers vary, some live, some die. But it's kind of been a who's who. At one point, there's Maury B. King right there.
On
Presenting.
Saturday, August 15th, he'll be speaking at 2:30.
I know a lot of it. There's Gabby.
Oh.
Gabby's presenting on Sunday. There's Lynn. We know all these people. I can say I know over half these people.
Terrence will be back.
Vortex-based mathematics is very difficult, but it turned out that it actually snowballed at Tesla Tech because the head of audiovisual, the whole team, John Fiala, he's made over 5,000 Rodin coils, and they found extreme applications. So there has been times when I've been at Tesla Tech where all the booths, everything has a Rodin coil in it, in the device, and it just snowballed. What you find there?
Oh, this is Tesla from Colorado notes.
Colorado Springs notebooks.
I want to figure out how to put a light bulb on the ground that turns on.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Thank you.
And the